Hello, everyone, and welcome. Ah, brain just stopped. Oh, dear, dear, dear. Hello, Dorothea, Colin. How you doing? How you doing? Gonna check something here. Make sure one of my programs is actually running properly. Should be active. But how you doing, folks? How you doing? Should be functional. Did I make my game yet? Not yet. I am in the midst of a file loading refactor. Still trying to plan it out, and we haven't had a game dev stream recently. But once I've got back to where making actual content for the game, we will start rolling with that again. The data files have, while functional, are proving to be an administrative mess. Oh, let's check in with the kitties real quick. Ember is in her spot across from the keyboard. Mason and Sammy have taken up their traditional napping spots. And then, let's see here. Sherbet is in the play area. Yeah, we've been working on it for quite a bit, Colin. We're not putting in the time that would otherwise, I think, go into even a hobby project at this point. I do need to commit more time to doing it if we want to keep moving steadily, though. And hello, Forsaken. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Let's see here. But yeah, 100 line today. Let's see. What's this game? Well, do you mean the game I'm making or the game we're playing today? They are very different. The game I'm making is kind of Vampire Survivors with Noita weapons. So monsters swarm you, dodge the monsters, kill the monsters. But when you are selecting weaponry, you're actually selecting like little modules for the weapon to behave with. Make it spin, make it explode, that kind of stuff. Yeah, thanks for the follow over there on Twitch. The principle of Undertale's combat mechanics, the little box with your heart in it, is akin to the genre called a bullet hell, where you are primarily dodging things. The Vampire Survivors model it doesn't have a solidified genre name yet, but generally things like Bullet Heaven, where the gimmick is that you are trying to kill enemies as fast as possible with a rain of projectiles. So, effectively the other way around. Hey there over on Twitch, Dorothea. Okay, let's see. What am I going to name it? The project name, Forsaken, which is not necessarily the game title, but it's the name of the repo that I'm building it in, is called Nyanite Survivors. The creature that is currently the acting player is called a Nyanite. Little cat bot. My original character avatar, actually. If you look back far enough in my VODs, shameless plug, look at my VODs, you can actually see it. a lot of the stuff is actually going to reference one of the games that we originally played a lot, Noida. We made a for the community. I made a mod for Noida, a custom mod for Noida, which included both the cat bots as well as a bunch of little references and the like. It was fun. What are you learning to animate, Forsaken? Beverage. Undertale battles. Okay. Working on like a fan game. I'm still so very curious as to how the plot unfolds in this game. The setting is interesting, and they're kind of trickle feeding the background to us. Okay, we have free time. This is the 100 line. If you've played Danganronpa, the kind of day-to-day pattern is similar. You have very narrative days, and then you have free time days. Instead of the trials, though, and the murder mystery aspect, you have a background story. The background story is much more central to it, and the interweaving mechanic is tactical battles. So neat stuff. And I think today, we haven't done this before. Well, we have done this numerous times, but we haven't spent a free day on this. And that's going out and gathering materials. I don't think we actually need them at the moment, but we're going to spend the time because the little game is interesting and I want to do some exploring. Bring 3 people. They have skills. The tutorial popping up demonstrates that we've never done this willingly up until this point, only for narrative purposes. Okay, you can just do a gimme materials part, but it largely doesn't matter what your character is at that point. We have the Last Defense Academy crew available to us. Fun when you get translation errors like that, Mongoose. It's totally a beach. There just isn't the ocean part. Textiles, machines, minerals and machines. Textiles and minerals. We're not dying for blood points at the moment. Let's just stack for materials. So we're gonna get minerals, and we're gonna get a lot of minerals out of this. Let's see, we could do more machines or more blood points. Let's also add in some plants.
Move out.
Away we go. I mean, it makes sense, Mongoose. If it says beaches, then you're like, ooh, I want to see the beach. Bonus spaces. Oh, neat. Okay, yeah, we got firefighting level 2 just recently. Alright, we want them bonuses as much as anything. Alright, upper left has some goodies. Yeah, if we go upper left and then down, we've got some opportunities for goodies. And we can kind of rotate. Is faster. To go the way we want to go, we're going to start at the north side. Those that haven't seen this before, it's like a little board game mechanic where the spaces you land on can get you stuff, little random events. And part of the reason for getting stuff is that you need to build kind of skills and relationships. And one of the best ways to do that is to bribe people. Just like real life. We got a circuit board. We dismantled a computer.
We did it.
Which was worth a lot of machines. And we want to optimize for the most valuable things when we're picking stuff up. It's right here. We can only carry 9 things out. So if we have a similar object that gives us more, of course, we'll swap it. Sign in the middle of the path when an arrow drawn. We will follow the arrow and get satin.
Yes.
So right there, we're getting some good stuff. Okay, little mini battle. Those who haven't seen it will get to see the battle mechanic. Take you. This guy gets shields. The further he moves, the more shields he gets, which makes him really useful for defensive purposes. He will need a lot more damage to defeat.
We better get moving.
He would not be able to defeat it in one hit, but we do have 2 AP left.
Okay.
If she were to move here and strike there. Yes.
It's killing game time.
Hopefully that purple one will
Oh, dead already.
will prioritize the motorcycle guy.
Full throttle.
I think we can actually force that by putting him right next to him. Yep, there we go. Since he had full shields, it didn't matter that he was going to get attacked.
Yes, leave it to me. Might as well take it.
So the cotton is gray caliber, so isn't worth as much as that satin we got, meaning that if we ended up in a circumstance where we had to decide which to keep, of course, we'd keep the satin instead of the cotton. I had a D&D character that their whole gimmick was essentially throwing magical blades, but they were all like kitchen implements. So the default weapon was always a big cleaver first, and then different ones would follow. Okay. So in popular media, radiation is often presented as a green glow. This is not really accurate. The more common thing that you will encounter is a blue glow, Cherenkov radiation. So, a glowing blue rock is actually kind of concerning. Pick up the yellow rock. A jolt of electricity runs through your hand. You can feel a spiritual power coming from it.
Oh, nice.
Okay, well, we're getting some good stuff. Good stuff. We're going to go up here. Oh, no, that's tier 4. Well. I did not properly read the numbers. Oh, wow. Okay, we can go south and get that box, though. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll get a... Let's go for these minerals south first. Invader threw a pebble at us, which we chased, and got a pumice stone. Sherbet is one of my cats that really likes to play. This guy will play, but he's a little bit more of a bully and isn't, like, frequently going to do it. But Molly and Sherbet will, zoomy all over the place periodically.
Oh, nice.
3, 4. Yeah. Let's go. You know what? I want to go to a purple square. You found pudding. Akamaru wants to use it as a recipe. What should he make? The biker is very fixated on his pudding. Both of these seem terrible. Stop him. Best to eat the pudding as is. Though he looked disappointed, he enjoyed the pudding all the same. We didn't need that. Well, that was cute.
What?
A mini motor, which did not take up space. What do we got? We have 4 and 5. We're here for materials, so we're going to go after the textile. Pudding, and often portrayed in flan form, seems to show up a lot in, like, anime-style media. Huge spider web. Slip out of your clothes. Push through. Moved your body and tore away the web.
I'll take this one.
Which gives us spider silk, which is blue tier. Very nice. Okay, we have an exit point. We can't get that one. That's a 5. It's a 3. We can't get through that one. So we're going to keep pushing south here. We are nearing capacity, but we might as well go for parts as we find them. We can always swap out. Check the trunk. Broken parts stuffed in the trunk, and it had materials. We got scrap parts. We're at 5. Let's go for the 4 and get whatever is in that star space. Oh, I did not know this. It's if we tag these, we have new spawn points. And they're teleports. Wow, okay. Hello, Sherbet. You know, what is that genre called? The costumed hero genre is really pervasive. Like, there are areas where they have local groups that act as almost like mascots. Two would get us a fight. Let's go for another star, I guess. Is that a 5 or is that... It's actually a 5. Oh, we're taking it. Oh, you're new. You're new. UFO. Ha, UFO. It's like little... Cough hack. Oh. It's a little saucer shaped, so it's a UFO. Okay, we can fly right over you for HP. Once again, we're going to put Biker Guy right in the mix. And I think... Given that that thing's low health now, do that.
All well and good.
And now I think we're just going to have her go wild, since she has good mechanics for attacking repeatedly.
Seriously depressing.
Most characters are very hobbled when they take their turn for the round. They can only move one space after that. She suffers from that, but if she goes again, she loses the condition that forces that and can make a regular turn after. All right, so we're full up, and now we're going to be swapping out those gray items. I should send updates to my provider. That cough is sometimes making me lightheaded now. Which is great! Tip jar. Last time we smashed a jar, the shards hurt us. Let's go for the plants. Pick them up.
Might as well take it.
Grab the little floating seeds. Let's see here. We have a green mineral, so we're going to swap out one of our minerals. Bronze statue of a dog. There are a few places that have that kind of thing. Again, like a local guardian deity kind of statue. Polished the statue until it was nice and shiny. Did so, its eye suddenly fell out. Beautiful gem.
Might as well take it.
Oh, and we can swap out that pumice stone now. Where are we headed? We want to go left, so we need to go down from here. Wasn't one of the heroes in One Punch Man based off of that? I can't remember what the guy is called, but he wears a little cartoonish dog suit. Nope, it blew up and hurt everybody. If everybody dies, you go back and you lose half your stuff.
This looks good.
All in. Oh, wow.
Let's give it to him. Say when. There. Got it.
Okay.
I guess it's my turn.
It's killing game time!
Let's freaking go!
He moves again, we can get a kill and give him more shields.
Knocked it out of the park!
And we're gonna spend a bunch of these on her. Which will get us another AP.
Rev it up! We better get moving.
It's killing game time!
Now, with luck, they'll all focus on Takamaru, the biker, and will accomplish nothing. Nope.
Here we go! Piece of cake!
Yes, leave it to me. You're in the way! I guess it's my turn.
Okay, we took a little bit of extra damage. Hopefully we'll find some healing events. Oh, but that was worth it. Horsepower mini motor.
This looks quite rare. Let's freaking go! We better get moving. You're in the way! Got it! Nice! Rev it up!
It's killing game time! Take that!
Little, four-eyed red, white, and blue ones have a ranged attack, and they're relatively squishy. Now, he's no longer in a position to really do a lot of damage.
Okay, okay! Despawn or something! Totally wrecked! Let's do it to it!
Darumi once again showing her high utility.
Stay away! Bye-bye!
Let's do this! Let her rip!
Put our shielded character right next to it with the hope that it takes the bait. And it did nothing. Okay, deal.
Yes, leave it to me. I'm ready whenever. Allow me to take them down.
As it'll look neat.
I'll leave the rest to you.
This looks good.
Ooh, replacements, plant. Deal. Alright, where are we headed next? Technically up and over will be faster. Let's see. Mongoose's question. Which character do I... Which characters do I love, hate, and who has grown on me, and who has really disappointed me? So we'll go in an arbitrary order. The main character... The main character has actually come to disappoint me. His disturbing level of obsession with Nozomi is... He has gone full creepy. And that has made him less interesting. He was a decent guy so far. A nice little everyman character. It's a bit of a cop-out, but I love Darumi. She's hilarious. Very fourth wall, very jokey. Very hyperactive. Least favorite character... overall, Ima. It's a bit of a... It's sort of a tie with Shoma. But, you know, in all actuality, Ima, his behavior towards his sister and towards the group is super toxic. He is a disruptive influence in most plot points. And is definitely a group conflict causer. The reason that I put Shoma in, like, adjacent to him, but a little behind, is... The character is, like, absurdly depressing. Like, I get that their life has been difficult and they've been, like, stomped on socially, but it's to the point where, to avoid actually mentioning the actual topic, it's surprising they survived as long as they have. Like, they are that depressing. Climb a slope path, a log starts rolling down. It's going to hit you. Oof. Darumi got smacked. They're definitely going to need some random events. The stones, is it Stell? I think it's Stell. Might be Stale or something like that, you know? Hard to tell when you have trailing vowels. Offer prayer.
Yes!
Okay, we got a red crystal, which is a blue. We'll swap out the cotton. Okay, I just wanted to check. It might still be a bit random, but jump out of the way doesn't seem to be the best thing. Platform with strange symbols drawn on it. Pray at the altar.
I'll take this with me.
We don't need another... We don't need a green caliber crystal. We're getting pretty thrashed unless I get a healing event. Maybe that purple there. We're going to be in terrible shape. All right, all in. We ride. Dilapidated old greenhouse with lots of pumpkins. Give me small pumpkin. Reach to pick up the small pumpkin and you discover a shiny golden one behind it. Golden pumpkin.
This looks good.
Oh, I expect him to act a little weird, but it's the way that he presents his weirdness about it. The big one is, I don't care what anyone says, including the person I'm talking about. That's got to be her. Like he's definitely dipped into Creepy Town with that. Okay, let's see what we've got. We've got the raw red crystal, which is real good there. We have 2 power stones. I wouldn't mind. Yeah, we want to keep the minerals. We have a lot of text. I'm sorry, we want to keep the machines and the plants. We have a lot of minerals, so we're going to swap out one of our power stones here. For a golden pumpkin. A pine mushroom. Yep. I mean, his confusion is entirely justified. The Clark Kent analogy, I don't know, is the best one. Because Clark Kent in Superman's disguise is stupid. It's Superman goes around without a mask or anything. The difference between the two, as always presented, is glasses. With her, she is very similar. Like, she looks really similar, and his confusion is justified. The creepiness of his behavior, the disappointing thing is, despite the fact that she is reacting as if she doesn't know him, is scared by his behavior, and then his internal monologue is denial of everything he's being told and saying, it absolutely has to be her. I just have to get her alone and talk to her. And she doesn't want to have anything to do with him because he's scaring her. We do give him a bit of a pass because he's a teenager. What do you think, Aito? You've read books? Seen it? It's poisonous.
This looks good.
Like I said, we have a lot of minerals. We're going to swap out the gem.
I got a rare one here.
All right. We are going to end our exploration. That was a real good haul. That was worth the free time day, I think.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
Aren't any enemy attacks today. I'm more worried about the state of things inside the school. Now, narratively, as far as Takumi and Nozomi, I hope that it does not turn out that it's Karua in disguise or something like that. That would be obnoxious. That would be a Danganronpa level twist. For those that aren't familiar with my feelings on it, that means bad. I like the visuals of the Danganronpa games, but in the last, I would say in the last little bit of the first one and in more than half of the second one, it got obnoxious as far as the storytelling inconsistency. Having her be a clone or having lost her memories, I think, is one of the weaker possibilities for this. I really want it to be a different person. That gives Takumi an opportunity for an arc. Because we see more and more that he is very, very attached to her in his memories. And his behavior with her showing up emphasizes that it was verging on or had already reached a sort of obsessive protectiveness. Having an opportunity for him to reflect on that would be good. Even if becoming one big team is too much to ask, I hope we can at least get by without any more infighting. The superhero genre in general relies a great deal on suspension of disbelief as far as costumes, specifically the face portion of the costumes, as well as voicing. Some movie renditions of Batman have addressed that with him changing his voice and having more of his face covered. But just putting what amounts to glasses on, like a tiny little eye covering or something like that, is not going to hold up for long with most people, especially with the internet having shown up. There are sleuths on the internet that, given a very small amount of information, can find you. And that's setting aside facial recognition. Facial recognition software is not great. Like, there are a lot of problems with how people set it up, but if we put DC level tech behind facial recognition, like the reliability of DC tech, then every superhero that doesn't have substantial face covering has been identified. Every superhero that does not in some way modulate their voice has been identified. Yeah, domino masks they're not masks. For long, I drifted off into a dreamless sleep. It was a welcome release from all the problems plaguing my mind.
Band out of troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 34th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy.
I like how he is always very relaxed in these pictures. In this case, he's got a little foot massager footstool going on. Character transformation, like full-on transformation, makes it viable. There's also just the character cannot deny it, you know? Like, they are still that person. I think that also is an interesting storytelling mechanic, is how do they deal with it? Like, how does their life go forward with the fact that they are very obviously that superhero? My Hero Academia turning it into a sort of celebrity status, it being a major superhero, similar with One Punch Man. One of the anime from there was an era for a bit where you had gritty, violent, magical girl anime. And one of them, I think, I don't remember if it was Magical Girl Training Project or a different one. But one of the magical girls was a guy. And when he transformed into his magical girl form, he became female. Which doubles up on the concept, is you have the potential psychological impact of that. Is this something that they like when they transform? Is this something that they dislike? Is it like spontaneous dysmorphia, you know? As well as it being like, this is an excellent disguise. Hey, y'all. Welcome, welcome.
Prepare to spend another day enduring. Be ready to give your lives to protect our...
We skip most of that because it's often a repeat. We check it because on some of the days it is a different call out. Okay, back to the cafeteria to see how much teen drama we're dealing with. All of the second to last defense folks are not accounted for. In theory, they are training. But aside from Darumi, all of the last defense folks seem accounted for. Well, except for the twins. They kind of hardly count. We're going to step out and see if Darumi has anything to say. Hey, Takumi. Beautiful morning, isn't it? Perfect day for us to start murdering each other, am I right? Yes, I try to jump back and forth or switch things around now and again. In order to make sure we don't over-fixate on one title. One, it reinforces to folks that I don't play just one thing. Um, but Mongoose, yes. Sailor Moon, when it was originally localized, took a lot, made a lot of changes, both because of cartoon conventions at the time, like the massively crowbarred 80s educational segments that they jammed in, including the, teal with weird yellow shapes educational sequences that they jammed in for Usagi slash Serena. The Sailor Saturn and one of the others were one of the ones that they heavily altered, changing changing the character dynamic. But that was definitely not uncommon with that era, what amounted to the 4Kids era and style of anime translation, where this is cartoon clearly for the little children, let's make it for little children. It's like everything we've worked to build up is about to crash and burn. I'm so hyped. Crashing and burning. Yeah, it's a pretty good description of how it feels right now. Yep. And those kind of scenarios where you can see the perceived social pressures of the time in a lot of anime that gets pulled over to other countries. And the idea that, no, they actually turn into boys is actually strange, but prevents them from dealing with the, oh, they're masquerading as men, how scandalous. There's even the possibility of, oh, it's more realistic that they're male superheroes who fight. And then you have the anime that was brought over largely unchanged. I remember being in a Best Buy at one point and seeing, I'm trying to remember what the title was, but it was a pornographic anime. Not like only that, but one of those where there is a narrative and also kind of anime that was in amongst all of the others. Because there was a strong misunderstanding of content when it came to that. Like, anime is a cartoon, so clearly it goes all in this one section under one heading. Hey, Shaz. We're doing okay. Things have been going well recently. Better recently. Alt, this is a game. There's a lot of setting to describe. It looks like all of humanity has moved into domes. The inciting incident is a monster attack. Particular people seem to have particular gifts that allow them to fight the monsters in a gory transformation style way. And all of those people seem to have been spirited away to universities modified to be sort of defensive citadels and are protecting mysterious things from the invaders. It is very, very anime. That is one of my cats, Shez. That one is Ember. And because you mentioned cats, Let's bring up the cameras. One of them we definitely won't be able to see. She is on my footrest, microwaving my feet. We can see 3 of them right now. Ember, that was on camera already. Sky is up in the cat tree. And then Sammy is on the bed. Yeah. We generally try to keep Ember on camera. She's a little sweetheart. The camera is very zoomed in on that spot. She is itty bitty. She is my smallest cat by far. She is second oldest, and absolutely smallest. Sure enough, it's just our old original group here. Not that I'd expect to see the others after what happened yesterday, and because the others train in the morning. I knew it was a good idea to smother my rice with ketchup and mayonnaise. Gives it such a greasy texture. Chocolate-covered bananas and fried shrimp make a great combination, too. The sweet and spicy flavors are in constant competition. I mean, her having 2 different objects that make sense, at least independently, is, I feel, presents less strangely than his, hey, here's 3 very disparate things, let's mix them up. It is the, I like chocolate pudding and I like, pimento olives. Let's put pimento olives in the chocolate pudding. Surely it will be twice as good. Let's see here. Checking something. Those 2 are happy. It sure is boring around here. I can't believe I haven't woken up with a severed head in my bed yet. For those that didn't see the character introductions originally, Darumi is a Danganronpa character, not that she was in, but she acts as. Danganronpa is a different game made by the same company that did at least the art in this game. She is over the top, and she constantly references things that make her act as if she's a bit fourth wall. When it starts, she calls out that this is the same scenario that would lead into a killing game, and she's very excited about it. Danganronpa famously being about killing games. And she frequently references that she would be all in if it suddenly turned into everybody murdering people. Wasn't made for these peaceful times. Maybe I'll cut my own head off just for something to do. Hey, Daniel. Welcome. And Darumi's the same as ever. He's waiting around for Nozomi to show up. Might as well just eat and get going. Ate a hasty breakfast and headed back to my room, not stopping to talk to anyone longer than I had to. As much as this rift between our 2 groups bothers me, it's also been a while since the last attack. There's bound to be another one soon. We have a variety of conversations in the chat, Daniel. One thing that we frequently do is analyze a lot of stuff. So every now and then we'll derail and go into great detail about some things. Should make sure I'm fully prepared just in case. Okay, we have a free time sequence. I'm going to take a quick break. Be right back in a few minutes. One thing, if you're curious, I play my basic stream soundtrack over the and remove the music in the game because we've run into content ID situations with games like this, and I don't want to deal with that hassle and stress. They are prone to using music that is only licensed and not part of the game production. Okay, let's check our report card here. Not that button. Let's see. Science and social studies would be good ones to raise. Keep bumping everything up so that we have more opportunities to upgrade our characters. But we could just look into some character upgrades, period. So let's check. Let's check our possible upgrades at this time and determine if we do want any upgrades. Class weapon modifications, you've come to the right place. Yeah, it is generally a shame. There are a lot of games that have really excellent soundtracks that have caused issues, though, because out of nowhere there will be one that will get will get the video pinged. For example, we played through BioShock Infinite recently, and semi-randomly, you will encounter a barbershop rendition of a known song, and that particular track will get Content ID pinged. I've encountered games where the opening credits or the closing credits have stuff that will get pinged, and you can't always remove those segments and keep the video up. Some of that is just my paranoia and issues I have with the way the system works, which causes me to harp on it a lot like this. Okay. That would give us some... We could get some new abilities on Takumi and make him a little more useful. Like a leaping strike. Maybe that will be something we look into, Mongoose. Because I do like to have the game music in, because you will encounter plenty of games that have phenomenal soundtracks. And with some of them, I can keep it in there. With some of them, it's unreliable. Damage to an enemy in front and decrease their movement. This is actually potentially very useful. One of his move options would give him what amounts to a taunt. And the nature of that character, that could be really useful for him to charge one of the bigger targets and be able to lock it down, in addition to his ability to sweep the small targets. Large area movement debuff builds voltage. Gives her a self-heal. We're just checking everybody. I think these are voltage attacks. Be neat. I think that's what those are. But it's inconsistent. Maybe that's meant to be a ranged move? I think that means ranged move. Yeah. We'll see. We're just checking the abilities here. Don't have enough science to learn decelerate. It's generally YouTube's content ID system that I run afoul of. It's more the principle of the thing. Intercept. Attack all enemies in range at the start of the player's turn. It is real powerful. That kind of thing can happen, Mongoose, where things that are owned by a creator that they don't upload to a platform, when they're uploaded for the first time, that essentially claims it. I ran into that with... I actually have a couple of tracks for my stream that I originally made, and I had been using them. The first few times I used them, the content was getting claimed despite them being actual unique creations. But once I uploaded them as a video by themselves, it stopped happening. Because now that one is mine. In Counter-Strike, he's not the best one to get hit, period. Early strike is real good. Him having Counter-Strike would be great. Yeah. Can I get that? Let's get Counter-Strike on him. We want him to be actively attacked. So if when we boost him, he can counter when struck, then that's good. What else? We should be spending all of these blood points. Giving that to him, Impact Stab, makes him a little more versatile. Since right now his wide sweep is not terrible. He can strike some things from the side from safety. And he can hit a lot of them. It's that when it comes to AoE attacks, there are some better options most of the time. Because they either are like Takamaru, who can charge in and shield himself from the inevitable counterattacks, or characters with actual ranged attacks, which don't have to put themselves in as much danger to do it. If you're curious as to what we're doing, we're looking at character upgrades for the tactical battle portion. Yep. Aito is a real hard hitter, and that's good. I also like his attack names. Judge, Jury, and Executioner. Giving him a ranged move is not a bad idea. So this is a purely debuff move. But I still think there's merit, actually. because if she can lock down a front such that they don't make much progress forward, that could buy time for focusing elsewhere. We're going to focus on these guys for now, since they have a lot of... Takumi is a frequent presence in battle, so making him more useful, I think, is viable. Takamaru, I love having around. His base ability set, that self-armoring, is fantastic. What's her rescue bullet upgrades? I'm going to get that bolstering bullet going. We're going to want to build up the social studies to get that. Plus armor and range, that's really good. Stun the user. We're going to give her a different attack. Her base attack can be good. CL, the game I'm working on is moving along. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background as far as some design work and speculation. You can see some of it in the dev chatter board on the Discord. I'm working on data loading again because the existing structure is getting hard to maintain as far as all the different files. So I'm looking at a way to consolidate all of that into a more easy-to-manage blob. This game is called The 100 Line Last Defense Academy. It is... I'm going to say it's a combo visual novel and tactical game. There's a lot of narrative and social interaction stuff. There's a lot of little relationship building kind of RPG stat mechanics, like your Persona social link kind of things. And then the battle sequences are grid-based defense games. Let's see. This debuffs attack. That inflicts a bleed. Let's get some of our alternate attacks going for more of these characters. That. Buff allies and gain voltage. Yeah. She can't get decelerate yet. CL, if you go to the Discord, there is a forum for suggestions. There are no guarantees that I would pick up a particular game, but if you want to suggest a game, that's the best place to do it. That is snare a particular target. That is a very low attack move. I guess the benefit is that you can jump over enemies, but Takumi's not a tank. Makes that questionable. We'll give Darumi a self-heal. Kurara is a strange animal. She is very antagonistic and a troublemaker, but the fact that she is also a contributor, I think, buffers her out of Ema territory. And that she's actually helping despite the social conflict that she is generating. Oh, that's super useful then. Okay, let's get as many of these alternate attacks in place. We'll give ourselves some tactical flexibility. Yeah, we definitely need to raise our social studies, so maybe we're going to throw some presents at Gaku. It had better be a really powerful spinning slash. It says attack 6, and that's pretty powerful. That needs more science, so science and social studies, but we've got some really good ones in social. Let's see, what other upgrade options do we have? We'll hit the metal shop. Check and see if there's any doodads we want to buy. Okay, we have the metal and machines for electrified fence. There's an achievement for that called Tinkerer. Hey there, White Wolf. Welcome, welcome. Place a trap that ignores obstacles to move the user a great distance when tripped. Okay, we're going to check the biolab. I may have spent the resources that I need to throw a present at Gaku, but we'll get there. Nothing there. Okay, where's the gift machine? How you doing, White Wolf? Let's check our listings here. I haven't actually done a social interaction with him to figure out other things that he likes. Well, that's unfortunate, White Wolf. I do hope things improve. Hi, Takumi. Want to hear my latest review of the food here? Food that comes out of the Rationomatic is real fancy and tasty, that's for sure. But sometimes that just makes it taste nasty to me. What do you mean? Why would tasty food be nasty to you? Takumi, listen real careful to what I'm about to say, bro. When you're born poor like me, the poorness becomes part of you. Your tongue rejects food that's too fancy. That sounds like a curse. I miss the cheap food from the group home. I want to eat the boiled leaves of some unidentifiable vegetable. Some sautéed bean sprouts would really hit the spot. So would some miso soup that's basically just water. This poor man's mentality is terminal at this point. Keyword cheap. I think a better way to put it is people tend to develop comfort food. Sometimes it's things that remind you of a past that you enjoyed or you think you enjoyed. You know, as a kid, I ate this a lot growing up and I still love it. Sometimes it's just something that you find really tasty and it's kind of a treat, you know? And sometimes it's just simple. Like, it's simple and tasty. And you just want some food right now, and you want it to be simple and tasty. And ramen noodles sometimes fall into that territory. Like freeze-dried, you know, ramen noodle squares kind of things. A lot of people in there. Let's go for let's see if the gift machine has something that's flagged as cheap. Sweet snacks, a snack selection. It's another one. Yodan is, I believe it's also one of the some of the characters in Infinite Wealth. Emphasize that. Mongoose, the idea of like strange food. One of the things I always joke about is regional delicacy is sometimes often feels like something that they call out in order to fool a tourist. That's not the case. You know, there are foods that are considered delicious in some areas that are horrifying in others. But it's stuff like, I think like lutefisk is one of those, the deeply fermented fish. No worries, White Wolf. I definitely get the it's so late, sleep must happen scenario. I slept in a lot today because I think I ended up going like more than a full day from not being able to sleep. Lunar, welcome, Lunar. welcome. But Natto, yes. Natto's kind of freaky. How about... Let's go for simple toys. Let's try that. I thought natto was the fermented, like, bean sprouts or something like that. The one that they often show in, like, small square containers that you mix up and it's all goopy. It falls into that territory of some, like, cheeses.
Aren't you? Keep those gifts coming.
Like, I like some cheeses, but there are some that it's like, that's, by its nature, that seems unpalatable. Hey, you're actually pretty useful, aren't you? Keep those gifts coming. Yep, okay. Okay, +4. It wasn't like a fantastic success, but that's one stat point in both categories better than just an interaction.
It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
Weird, translucent jelly blobs with brains and cartoon hearts. Another day with no fighting, either inside the school or out. But we haven't made any real progress either. Everyone's still just as on edge as before. If the invaders do attack when we're like this, will we be able to fight them off? Somehow I don't think so. Nozomi said to give it more time. I hate sitting around doing nothing, though. Yes, we should have expected this. Feeling frustrated and powerless, I lay down and allowed myself to fall into a light, fitful sleep.
Band out of troops, time to rise and shine!
You know, White Wolf, I've heard that before, that some people like to just listen to my voice, like, they'll have the stream, like, playing where they can hear it, but they're not actively watching. And, while I don't get it myself, it's strange to hear that people like to hear your voice. I have heard that before.
Get ready for your 35th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy.
It's interesting because it still makes you wonder, is Sirei actually dead? That's a distinct possibility. They've presented it. They found his corpse in 8 different pieces. But the way that these lines are read is interesting because it's like he's reading his basic template, and when he's reading this part of it, he looks up how long it's been. Like, he checks the calendar. It's get ready for your 35th, you know?
Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness.
I listen to audiobooks like that sometimes, White Wolf. I really like audiobooks with good narrators.
Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy.
What was it? I can't remember the guy's name, but there was a book series called The Dresden Files. I liked some of the earlier ones better, like content writing wise, but overall good series. And the narrators, the initial narrator, I think it's like James Marsters or something like that, was excellent. All the character voices, overall high quality stuff. But they couldn't get him for one of the books, so they just got somebody else who had a completely different voice and style. To the extent where it was hard to listen to if you'd listened to the other ones. The person reading them makes all the difference. White Wolf, we've actually tried some book reading. Now, I'm not good at character voices. You've occasionally heard me try that, potentially. Some of the streams of this game and some of them in, like, Ace Attorney and whatnot. I've tried to do different voices. I'm just not... I haven't practiced that enough. And so it It's not that great, and it hurts my throat. But I have done some streams of just reading a book, if you want to look into that. We did The King in Yellow at one point. That was kind of fun. If I could figure which ones weren't in constant, like, copyright strife, I might do some Lovecraft stuff. There are actually portions of Lovecraft's catalog that are the ownership of them and the state of the copyright of them is under, like, dispute. I don't know if that situation has changed. But if I were to have to read those, I have a really nice hardcover version of a lot of Lovecraft stuff. Not there's been any new developments, but I should probably head to the cafeteria anyway. Alright, what do we got? We have Ito and Tsubasa here. Looks like today isn't any better than yesterday. If anything, I say our team's starting to fall apart. Others know how to work as a team. I'll give them... The others really know how to work as a team. I'll give them that. I know I'm not one to talk. I wasn't here yesterday either. I was up late in the workshop and ended up oversleeping. Hey, Jace, welcome. Yeah, copyright law is a mess. What about Shoma? How's he doing? Has anyone seen him since the incident? So far as I can tell, he's been holed up in his room the whole time. I figured as much. What's with Ito, though? It looks like there's something on his mind. Mongoose, I love Discworld. I love Discworld. I have some audiobooks on that were originally on Apple. I still have to root them out, though. Find them again. I love those series. But the audiobook versions of those were actually pretty good. They would frequently, like, call out the footnotes and similar. The narrator did great work on characters like Vimes and Granny Weatherwax. Hey, Ito, is everything okay? Do you still feel bad about what happened with Shoma and Kurara? Well, of course I do, but that's not the only thing that's bothering me. I've been thinking more about what we discussed before, and we need to talk about parallel universes. I mentioned it last time, but this parallel universe one is... like I said, I'm still reminded of EDF, where a character will call out a joke or a theory on something. And then subsequently you find out that everyone has decided that baseless theory, like, there is no evidence of that, is absolute truth, and they're shocked and frightened that theory wasn't true. So, like, maybe the giant frog monsters are afraid of the rain or afraid of water. I can't remember the exact context, but it was kind of out of nowhere. And then later, when they're fighting them in the rain, everyone is shocked and terrified that the monsters come out and don't care. I do need to sit down and read Discworld one of these times. The only ones I ever had in paper were the first couple, and while I love Discworld, the first few aren't as high quality. They're before Discworld as Discworld was really hard established. They're still funny. They're still a lot of fun. But the real Discworld, I feel, picks up after things like The Color of Magic. I mean, not too shockingly that the series picks up after the series starts, but you know what I mean. Well, that's the thing, Mongoose. What's an additional one that they call out? When they first encounter the giant frog monsters, the 20-foot tall cybernetic frog monsters, they say that there are call outs like, they look just like people. They look just like us, just like humans. Because they have 2 legs, 2 arms, a head, and a head. Because they are humanoid, they look just like us. Nearly identical. Mongoose death as a character in Discworld is fantastic. Ones that he makes big showings, like Hogfather and whatnot, of course. But just overall, he's fun. Okay, Lunar. Okay. It was a soldier saying if this was a movie, the aliens would be afraid of the rain, most likely referencing the movie Signs, where the unseen aliens getting splashed with water is lethal to them. A fact that had not come up until now, because it had not rained at all. And the aliens ignored the fact that the most of the planet was water. So the NPC makes this joke, and then later you have characters freaking out like time has passed. Characters are freaking out because they weren't vulnerable to water after all. Huh? I've been looking into it in more detail, mostly by reading any relevant information the library has on the subject. The more I learn, and the more I think about it, I feel like there's a plausible explanation, a more plausible explanation than we gave it credit for. I feel like it is a. Nozomi and your childhood friend really could be the same person, just from different universes. Now, interestingly, I won't really... I said, it's if Nozomi really is Karua, then that would be kind of disappointing. That's narratively boring to me. But if it is parallel universe and they carry on to make that part of the story, that could still be neat. Which book was that, Mongoose? The name doesn't ring a bell. Like, I've listened to audiobooks of all of them, but that title doesn't ring a bell. You're serious about this? You think Nozomi somehow crossed over from another reality? Actually, no, I don't think it's Nozomi who crossed over. You mean, I'm the one who's from another dimension? Not just you, but all of us. Remember how we lost consciousness after our first fight in the Tokyo residential complex? I was actually kind of excited when I heard that they were working on a TV series based on the Night Watch storylines in Discworld. I thought that was really neat. But if I recall, the efforts never went anywhere. I like the Night Watch is one of my favorites, as far as like character development and whatnot. Vimes and many of the others have really interesting story arcs. I like the Three Witches for the humor, but and some of Weatherwax's lines, but Night Watch has a lot of interesting character stories. So the Discworld one with the goblins, is that the one with soccer? Was that a different one? It's more like the world was warping around me. I'd never experienced anything like that before. I felt something weird too, kind of like my body was being dragged away somewhere. Isn't it possible that what we felt was the sensation of crossing over into an alternate reality? Okay. Yeah, I don't remember that one then. I don't remember the Discworld book with the goblins, but it's been a long time since I've listened to them. Like I said, maybe I'll have to get them on like Kindle or something like that. But we all just fell into another world out of nowhere? It's kind of a stretch. Slow down, guys. I have no idea what either of you are talking about. Where's all this parallel universe stuff coming from? So, well, it's just a theory we've been working on. Probably sounds pretty crazy, huh? Not at all. I actually think that too. I just never said anything until now, because I thought no one would take me seriously. Huh? Really? I mean, no matter how you look at it, this school and the area around it are way too removed from anything we saw in the TRC. And when Shoma told us about the hospital and the weird machines, I thought maybe that could be the reason why.
What if that's what the weird machines we got put inside were for? What if they're how we were sent from our world to this one?
Maybe there's some sort of effort to find people with the ability to fight the invaders. And like draw them in. Those machines sent us here? Yeah, maybe they're teleporters or miniature wormhole generators or something. Stuff like that happens all the time in superhero movies. We could be like, just the next world over in the multiverse. But those are just stories. That kind of stuff doesn't happen in real life. I trailed off before I could say it. After all, what even was real anymore? That kind of stuff doesn't happen in real life. Dude, you stab yourself with a magic dagger in order to use blood powers and fight colorful monsters. Feel like you do need to slide the bar on what constitutes too weird now. Nothing about us being here was normal. The distinction between fantasy and reality was nowhere near as clear as it used to be. If this is a parallel world, though, that makes getting home even more difficult. I had forgotten about it, but them referencing the transition to the university, I think is another good call out if we're going to keep pulling the this is actually a parallel world thread. Writing wise, I would prefer that they call out more things that make it seem like that's the case, as opposed to just presenting the impetus as this person that looks like my childhood friend acts like she doesn't know me. Can't do it on our own, that's for sure. Guess we'll have to wait and see what happens when we get to day 100. That name doesn't ring a bell, Mongoose. Is that the one behind... Is that the other group behind this game? You had the Danganronpa group and then the one behind... I can't remember what the series was, but it was like an escape room series.
Huh.
It's only if our parallel universe series theory is correct. We should keep an open mind. I'll see if I can come up with anything else. Thanks, I'll leave it to you then. Okay, but I'm pretty much convinced now. Multiverse all the way. Tsubasa was getting weirdly enthusiastic about this. I tried not to say anything to encourage her. I had a conversation recently about movies trying to use multiverses, in particular the Marvel movies, and I feel like comic books have to some extent suffered from that because it's used as an ultimately as a conceit to keep propagating an IP. So like we can just have a parallel universe where X is true but everything else is the same kind of stuff, like your Injustice setting, which would be neat if they were less frequent, but the fact that we keep having references to, well, this is in this world and there's a crossover in this series and on, I would rather just have explorations into the characters in these other settings. That is funny. A character called Decade in Kamen Rider with a multiverse gimmick who is frequently blamed for things. After I'd finished breakfast, I went back to my room. Parallel universes. Here we are again. No matter how much I tried to dismiss it, the idea keeps coming back. All of us blacking out, the gap in our memories, the strange machines. It all supports that theory, I guess. What's that, Jace? You have a game request? I feel like that's not the whole story. Or maybe I just don't want to accept that it's true. Now, what should I do for the rest of the day? Gotta be ready for the next attack, whenever that might be. Okay, so we're largely tapped on materials, but we can still see if we can find something, if we can build something that Gaku would really like. which would bump us forward enough in social studies to unlock a couple more character abilities. Let's try this. Meat Bowl. Amanda the Adventure. I've actually played that on stream, Jace. We played that in the sequel. We didn't get all of the endings in the sequel, but some of the ending stuff for the second one was kind of a hassle. But I do like the series. I did enjoy the series. Here, Gaku. Gaku.
Thoughtful, aren't you?
Have a
Keep
bowl
those
of
gifts
meat.
coming.
Huh?
Someone's at the door. I wonder what they want. Casually walked over to the door and opened it. Standing on the other side was probably the last person I expected to see. Sorry for disturbing you. Huh? No. Oh no, it's suddenly face to face with Nozomi. I completely froze up. She must have picked up on how awkward I was feeling and got straight to business. I need you to come with me. There's an altercation in the cafeteria. An altercation? Are they fighting again? What's it about this time? I don't know. One minute everything was fine. The next everyone was yelling at each other. Don't think I can stop them on my own. All right, in that case, we'd better hurry. Thank you, come on. Without another word, Nozomi and I headed to the cafeteria. Oh, wow. The whole crew is here, apparently. The moment we opened the door, we were assaulted with a wall of noise. You're all as insolent as you are incompetent. If you were government officials, I'd be rallying for your immediate impeachment, resignation, and execution. I mean, the former makes the middle irrelevant, and frankly, the latter makes them all irrelevant. Just skip to the end. You'll save time. Good thing we're not government officials, then. Your anger is completely justified, Lady Kurara. To heartlessly steal away the fruits of your labor is unforgivable. In the face of such malfeasance, even the holy Jumanji sword trembles with outrage. Ooh, too much information, Kyoshika. Keep your shenanigans with your vibrating sword to yourself. Hey, diminished. Good day so far. It's a good day so far.
Oh.
Hey, I'm on your side. And just so everyone knows, these allegations of vibrating shenanigans are entirely false. Okay, so what is everyone fighting about? Kyoshika's vibrating sword, clearly. Aren't you guys overreacting? This isn't that big a deal, is it? I don't know about that, sweetie. Emotional responses are very subjective, you know? Like, maybe if your whole family got tortured to death, you'd be real cut up about it. But I wouldn't feel a thing. Why's everything got to be about death and torture with you? If you're trying to shock us, it ain't working. What's up, guys? What's going on? Ah, Takumi, I'm sorry. I tried to calm things down, but I couldn't stop them. I hate to admit it, but with my condition, I'm not very good in situations like these. Let's see. Lunar has a list of games that they are suggesting. So, going through them. Outer Wilds I have played personally. I love the conceit of the world that they have done, that a bunch of hyper-capitalist companies essentially own a planet collectively, and all of the people on that in the towns and similar end up being employees of the owner of those towns. They're like all company towns. And if they're not completely one company's town, the people living there are I'm sorry. Oh, Outer Wilds? Weren't you there when we were playing Wilds? Or is it the other way around? That's the one with the time loop, right? While we're dealing with that, though, Magicraft, let's see. That's the sort of Noida meets Binding of Isaac. That one was kind of fun. Goblin Cleanup. Is Goblin Cleanup the kind of high fantasy everybody's playing as what amounts to a goblin janitor, and you're doing things like dealing with mimics and traps? Not heard of Terra Nil, I think, or it doesn't ring a bell. Spiritfarer. Again, sounds familiar, not sure with that. Henry Stickmin Collection. I've seen references to that. Kind of a strange point-and-click adventure kind of vibe. Outer Wilds was very interesting from a world perspective. Eventually, some of the mechanics were kind of frustrating to deal with. Like, I didn't mind the try to get to a place at a particular time frame or try to find more information by searching around. But the combination of all of the things, the physics of the game, eventually made some of them just kind of irritating. Yeah, get back to your sickbed, invalid. And Takumi, now that you're here, you can make yourself useful. I want you to bear witness. Bear witness to what? I'm going to expose the criminal hiding in our ranks and mete out sweet, merciless justice. A criminal? Wait, what do you mean merciless? Look, I don't know what happened here, but I'm sure if we all take a minute to calm down... Oh, I'm perfectly calm. My pulse is at a steady 65 BPM. So when I say whoever took my treasure from me will pay, you know it's not just an emotional outburst, it's a promise. In the name of the Suzukis, I'll have my revenge. Was it Suzukis? It was O, right? Just Suzukis? Frustrated tomato. Can you go back a few steps? Maybe? What's all this about a treasure being stolen? Fine. It pains me to relive this tragedy all over again, but I suppose you have a right to know. Somebody here, some wolf in sheep's clothing, ate all the curry I made last night. I had to cough a bit, but I feel like the silence was a good pin drop for that statement.
Huh?
Huh? I put my heart and soul into it, taking great pains to get the consistency exactly right. Then I put it in the refrigerator overnight, tucked up tight and safe from danger, or so I thought. Some miscreant gobbled up every last spoonful, as if it were just some low-class slop. This is unacceptable. How's flaying sound for an execution method? Once you find the culprit, I'll peel him like a grape. I like it. Let's go with that. You're gonna flay someone alive for eating your curry? Generally, flaying refers to, de-skinning somebody alive. Skinning, but the removal of the skin of a living person. It's like saying a live vivisection. You have to understand, Carrara really likes curry. Like, really, really. You could use a Faraday's constant worth of reallys and it wouldn't be enough. Faraday's constant worth. And this batch didn't come out of the Ration-O-Matic either. She wanted to make it by hand using her traditional family recipe. Osuzuki curry is a dish that depends on precise heat management. Let it get too hot or too cold, and the flavor completely falls apart. It's not an unrealistic thing. There are foods that are like that. Just a little too hot or cold during preparation, and it completely changes it. Get that in a lot of, desserts in similar, like how much you mix it, how you mix in the ingredients. That kind of thing will change the ending consistencies. You have to supervise it constantly from start to finish, the same care you'd use around a newborn babe. Each batch is as precious to me as if it were my own child, and now some low-down thief has taken it away from me. Snatching a child away in the dead of night, truly a despicable crime. Weren't you always planning on eating this child, though? That is a good point. This is stupid. All this over a little curry? I'm out of here.
Who said you could leave, you pizza-faced cinderblock?
I feel like if you make a special panel like this for the purposes of Carrara punching Gaku, and you have a special sprite for Gaku having been punched and has a swollen cheekbone, that this is likely to be a frequent scenario. There's the galactic bazooka, and the crowd goes wild. Is that what that attack's called? That's the second time you've got the jump on me. Let that be a warning to you. Nobody's allowed to leave until the culprit is found and receives their punishment. But you're not actually going to execute them, are you? Absolutely. It's just a shame they'll be able to come back afterwards. In that case, how about we focus on really making it hurt? It'll make for a better punishment that way. We could, I don't know, chop them into little pieces and serve them up in a new batch of curry? Enough with the gore, you're not impressing anyone. Wait a minute, you're talking about execution pretty casually, but you're not planning on using your hemoanima, are you? What else? Enemies of the O Suzuki family deserve the same treatment as enemies of humanity we've sworn to exterminate. You can't lay on the mouse, Molly. She gets some chin scratches. Switch the camera over to... You can probably see maybe a third of Molly or so here. Camera 3 will get its act together. Maybe a quarter at most. That's Molly's back. She's got kind of like light brindled back and white underbelly and paws. And she's a little troublemaker. Still has big kitten energy. That's why I'm kind of pleased that she plays with Sherbet. Most of my other cats are real relaxed. But Carrara, you're really not kidding, are you? You're gonna use your full power on one of us, all over a little curry? Well, don't go thinking we'll take that lying down. We're pretty strong too, you know. Great idea. Let's make it a Hemo Anima Battle Royale. I'll go grab our infusers. Come on, Molly. Come on. There you go. She has come to sit on my lap. She doesn't like scratches. She likes real gentle stroking. She doesn't have wiry fur, but she has very... I don't know. It's not like soft fur. She has short, thick fur or something like that. It's hard to describe. Kind of like Sherbet, though. She's more fuzzy, you know? Ember's really soft. Sky is fluffy. Mason has coarser fur. Closer to Sherbet. Very fuzzy. Guys, stop it. This isn't right. Right when we were on the verge of descending into an all-out brawl, someone on the edge of the group raised their hand. Excuse me for interrupting, but it was me. I'm the culprit. I'm sorry. Really, really sorry. Huh? Shoma, what did you mean just now? That's what I said. It was me. I ate the curry Carrara left in the fridge. What? I'm guilty. You can do whatever you want with me. Flay me, slice me up, use your Hemo Anima on me. I won't complain. I'm just a burden on this school with absolutely no redeeming features after all. Shoma, are you serious? Of course. Why would I lie? Anyway, you found the culprit now, so you guys can stop fighting. I see. Carrara took a series of slow, deliberate steps towards Shoma. How was it? Huh? You ate it, right? How did it taste? He's going to describe it wrong and she'll know he's lying. Oh, it was delicious. That's all? I'd have forgiven you if you had said something more interesting to say. All right, let's get on with the flaying. Go ahead, feel free to turn me into curry too. At least I can finally be useful by providing nourishment for everyone. But why would you want... Very well, if you're resigned to your fate, there's no use wasting time. My sublime Hemo Anima will be the last thing you ever see. Carrara, no. Think about what you're saying. Hemo Anima was created to protect life, not destroy it. We shouldn't be using it on each other. All right, Miss Goody Two-Shoes, I get your point. But how about we make it a one-on-one mock battle? That's fair, right? Mock battle? I mean, not as a matter of, like, if you use duels in similar to adjudicate, then you've got a problem. It removes justice from the hands of anyone that isn't a good fighter, you know? But using a brawl as a dissipation method, like, if you can make it safe, like, no one will come out of it really injured or maimed, then there are circumstances where that kind of thing can discharge for people. So I'm not saying the purge is good. What I'm saying is sometimes just fight it out is a way to let people cool off. You know, go home and cool off won't necessarily work. Apparently, I think it was German, but there was an old medieval tradition for conflicts between husband and wife, which was essentially you get to fight. But the tradition held that because the wife was definitely always going to be the weaker party, the husband's weapon was, like, the husband got no weapon and had an arm tied behind their back and had to stand in a hole. And the woman was given, like, a sack full of something and was not in any other way impaired. And it was just pummel each other for a bit. Which, given the nature of the competition, I feel like there was some sort of societal assumption. It's probably the husband's fault. Let's just work this out. The maggot and I will duel each other, no holds barred. He can defend himself or fight back however he wants. You can't accuse me of being unfair or unnecessarily cruel now. It's just a friendly little training exercise between squad members. That sounds like a reasonable way to resolve things. Verily. So, I mean, Mongoose, it definitely sounds overcorrected, like they are giving a substantial, like, overabundant disadvantage to one party. Which, again, it feels like the people who designed the contest, designed that particular duel mechanism, did it under the assumption, like, everybody got together and said, yeah, we want to build this to let couples burn off steam. But can we all agree that if it comes to this, it's overwhelmingly the husband's fault, right? Yeah, okay. If we're all in agreement, here are the rules. But step forward, maggot. I want to finish this and get on with my day. But I can't. Shoma doesn't know how to use Hemo Anima. It wouldn't be a fair fight. He's a member of the Special Defense Unit, isn't he? If he hasn't taken the time to learn how to fight, it's his own fault. Unless you're offering to take his place? Heck, why don't you all get in on the action? I'll slice you up and serve you to the invaders with fava beans and a nice Chianti. You know, you're pushing yourself into being in the wrong when you are equating yourself with Hannibal Lecter. You and what army? I think it's time you paid for being such a stuck-up jerk. Look at you, breathing heavy with that fiery look in your eyes. You're making me want to jump in and tear things up, too. Back off, pretty boy. You'll have to go through me first. Zounds! You'll not threaten my comrades, sir. I swear on my sword, justice will be done. Looks like both groups are going to wipe each other out after all. Not that I'll get involved either way. Brother dearest, stop making it worse. Please, everyone. I'm sure we can resolve this peacefully. Peace was never an option. All that's left is to allow our destructive impulses free rein. It's happening. It's finally happening. Viva killing. This is bad. At this rate, there will be nothing holding them back. If we start lashing out at each other, everything will fall apart. Any sense of order we've built up will collapse into complete madness. No, this war has always been nothing but madness. I'm starting to think we all must be a little crazy too. Between the invaders, our hemo-anima powers, and the way too convenient technology around here, our sense of what's real or normal has already become completely warped. If we lose our last semblance of sanity now, I don't think we can come back from that. Please, we shouldn't.
All of you, knock it off right now!
I hadn't meant to yell that loud, but at least I had everyone's attention. Now that I'd started, I couldn't stop. The words came spilling out one after another. I know you've all got your issues with each other, but we can't start fighting among ourselves. That would be letting the enemy win. If someone has to fight to resolve this, let's stick with the one-on-one duel. Just Kurara and Shoma. Huh? But Shoma can't fight.
Hey!
I'm not suggesting we throw him in right away. I'd like some time to get him ready, to get him to a point where he can fight. Sir Shoma is the one at fault here. You're in no position to make demands on his behalf. No, that's fine with me. It is? How much time do you want? Teaching Shoma to fight won't be easy. Then again, a time limit could help motivate him. Hey there, Levi. Welcome. How you doing today? This being such a pressing matter, you shouldn't expect too much. Perhaps 2 or 3 days at most. 8. I'll wait 8 days. Are you sure, Lady Kurara? Even weekly manga series don't make their readers wait that long for the next part of the story. She is absolutely a weeb. Like, she has had access to a limited selection of very particular manga and became very fixated in a vacuum and has gathered the shotgun of different styles and whatnot to go with her limited understanding of it. It's going well, Levi. It's going well. Currently, taking a moment to let Molly continue rasping off the skin of my hand. The dynamic between Kurara and Kyoshika is kind of hilarious. With the fantastic arrogance and effectively insulting everyone around her, but the running gag that they seem to have a running gag between the two of them, you know? That's amazing. So, Kyoshika's name, according to Mongoose, is written with a bunch of characters that make it sound like she chose to name herself that and how to write it to make it look as cool as she could. She has a sword that is the Holy Cross sword, essentially, based on the name. She wrote the character for Wait on instead of Samurai. So is the character for Wait similar to Samurai? Like it's off by a little? Additionally, the way she describes how she was trained and how she acts in battle is like comedy manga ninja stuff. Like she says nin nin when she's moving. I feel like this line right here is an admission of all of that. 8 is the O Suzuki's lucky number. It never steers us wrong, in business or in life. But that's the maximum, okay? There's an enemy attack before then. I win by default, no questions asked, understand? That is amazing. Okay, so she has written the character, the kanji for wait on her outfit, like, you know, to delay kind of thing. But that is one stroke off from the kanji for samurai. So it's got the vibe of she got it slightly wrong. All right, I can live with that. And another thing, this isn't between me and Shoma. It's a battle for supremacy among our two teams. Let's make it more interesting. Winning side can order the losers to do anything they want, no questions asked. Wait, when you say anything, I mean anything. Those are my terms. Take them or leave them. So that's what she was aiming for. If I want the extra time, I've got no choice but to accept. Then it's decided. Yoshika, they've got 8 days. When's their time limit? Oh, today is day 35, so 8 days away is 5, 3, carry the 1, day 43. I was just going to say that. There's nothing wrong with my math skills. Addition is not my forte, that's all. Well, my little dung beetles, it looks like your fate will be in my hands very soon. I cannot wait to have you beneath my heel, where you belong. Kurara has so many different expression sprites. Like, a great deal of combinations of posture and face. It's one of the things that's fun about her, is it's such an expressive character. Kurara stormed away, her piercing, high-pitched laugh echoing down the halls long after she left. Hey, get back here. I didn't agree to any of this. Anything we want, huh? I have so many ideas already. Confound it all. If it weren't for the addition, I'd make a fine mathematician, I assure you. Yugumu and Kyoshika followed soon after, but Nozomi stayed a little longer. Are you sure about this? She's gonna hold you to that promise. It wasn't a promise. Takumi said it all on his own. It'll never stand up in court. I think it was the right decision, though. It was the only way to stop a fight from breaking out. Right then and there. Here, go that way. So, there is right next to Ember. Let me switch the camera here. Switching to camera 1, this might take a moment. Camera 1 is kind of unreliable. So, effectively past Ember's head there, up and right, are all of my buttons and what have you. You know, like right there. It is very crowded. To get to that spot, they have to then walk over a very narrow shelf edge next to me, duck under a little miniature table or, panel, and squeeze past it and then climb over the buttons. There are several easier routes that are shorter, but they all go that way. They all squeeze through that path. Molly, in particular, is terrible for that because she is the least nimble cat. So often she will press all of the buttons. She mutes audio feeds, she presses buttons, she spins dials. Not like she's sitting there doing it, but when she clambers over it.
Huh?
That would have been fine with me, of course.
Oh.
Brother dearest, if you can't say anything nice, I'm still waiting for her to punch him or something. It'd be amazing. I'll see what I can do to calm Karara down, but I don't know if it'll do any good. Once she fixates onto an idea like this, it's hard to talk her out of it. No, Molly is just clumsy. She's very young. Think she's still less than a year old? It's not that she can't jump. She can jump just fine. She is a really good climber. She's just clumsy. Like if it were Sky, I could understand it. The big fluff ball is older than most of them. Has been getting chubbier over time and has never been really a running, jumping kind of cat. But Sky doesn't take that route either. He goes the shorter route, the easier route. One last apologetic look, Nozomi left to join her friends. So we're really doing this. I know we've got 8 days, but still. 8 days max, remember? If the invaders attack before then, we take the L.
Hey!
Gotta get Shoma ready ASAP. That tomato head'll be seeing stars before she knows what hit her. Sounds like a tall order to me. Do you really think we can beat her, Shoma? Not really, no. Now I'm seeing stars. Whether it's 8 days or 100 years, I'll still be as useless as ever. Not built for fighting. Must be some kind of defect. It's better if you don't expect anything from me. I'm afraid we don't have much of a choice. Maybe just think about it for today. I won't force you to do anything you don't want to, but you're the only one who can prevent a disaster here, Shoma. Like I said, think about it. All right, I guess I can do that much. We decided to leave things at that for today and went back to our rooms. By the time I noticed, it was already dark outside.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack. Well then, good night.
Like with it's the butt wiggle for cats, where they are preparing to jump, how you'll see them move their body around, get different points of view, kind of readjust their footing constantly. That is them doing a great deal of physical math to verify how far they need to jump. How can they do it safely? Molly's wiggle lasts a very short period of time, and then she just kind of wings it. Said she can climb just fine, and she can cross the gaps just fine, but she's also prone to missing a little. Never expected everything to come down to a duel between Shoma and Kurara. If he can win, great. I seriously doubt that's going to happen, though. And then there's that stuff about us having to follow their orders. No, I can't get distracted by what-ifs. That'll only make things worse. Doing my best to shut out those troubling thoughts, I got into bed and forced myself to sleep. It's like, step 1, go to gym. Step 2, hand infuser to Shoma. Okay, time for stabbing.
Troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 36th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. Prepare to spend another. Be ready to give your life.
Wonder if Shoma's feeling any more motivated today. Better go to the cafeteria and check. So let's see. Group 2 is in the gym. A chunk of Group 1 is in the cafeteria. And there is no sign of Shoma around. Shoma's not here. No, Aito went to get him a while back, but he hasn't come back yet. This ain't no time to be hiding in his room. Even if he does make up his mind to fight, he'll have his work cut out for him. My whole face hurts from where Kurara hit me. After waiting a while longer, the last 2 members of our group finally made an appearance. Come on, Shoma. Aito practically had to drag Shoma through the door. Even then, he kept his eyes on the floor, refusing to meet our gaze. Shoma was determined to stay in his room. He said he couldn't face all of us. Given the circumstances, I felt I was justified in bringing him in a little more forcefully than I usually would. It's too much trouble. What? My existence, I mean. It causes nothing but trouble to all of you. I can't do anything right. If you rely on me for anything, it will only lead you to despair in the end. Shoma, have you thought any more about what we talked about yesterday? Yes, I spent the whole evening giving it some serious thought, and I've come to the conclusion. I really can't do it. A perennial underachiever like me has no business fighting a duel, let alone trying to win it. Wow, you're wimping out. What a surprise. Aw, sheesh. Come on, man. Why you gotta be like that? Guess we've got no choice but to go with plan B, then. Slaughter each other, get revived, rinse and repeat. Shoma, you need to stop being so hard on yourself. If you just put in the effort, you'll see that you're not nearly as weak as you think you are. And you don't have to do it alone. We'll all help you any way we can. Yeah, maybe I could get stronger with enough effort if I were a normal person. But I'm abnormal. No, subnormal. No, even that's giving me too much credit. At any rate, I'm not the kind of person who can change for the better. My uselessness is baked right into me on a cellular level. There's no overcoming something like that. Are you sure? I mean, I always thought my problem with throwing up meant I was totally unsuited for fighting, but here I am. Our problems might seem similar at first glance, but mine's a lot more serious, more fundamental. Hey, hit me. What? Takamaru got to his feet and stomped over to where Shoma was standing. Just hit me. See what happens. Okay. Shoma reluctantly raised his arm, made a fist, and propelled himself towards Takamaru in an unenthusiastic, low-energy kind of way. The sort of move that is accompanied by, eh. Alright, let's ignore how long that took you, plus the fact I barely felt a thing. The important thing is you did it. You threw a punch, and it connected. So what you gotta complain about? Wow! There's a new character image. He is shaking. He has broken out into hives. He is foaming at the mouth. Shoma? And he collapsed. A few minutes later... You see what I mean now? I've been like this for as long as I can remember. The slightest sign of conflict, my body just shuts down. It's like an extreme allergic reaction. Even a single punch is enough to set it off. My whole body itches, I get a headache, I break into a fever, and before I know it, I've passed out.
Hey!
Now, you really weren't exaggerating when you said you couldn't fight even if you wanted to. Tried to tell you. This allergy to violence might be the reasons Shoma's self-esteem is in the toilet, too. I mean, if that's his reaction to intense conflict... One, we would have seen that before, because when Kurara confronted him, if it was just intense conflict, he would have exploded. I mean, he would have turned into one big hive and exploded. But if it's only physical confrontation, then that's a thing. I do wonder if all of them had to prove themselves in some way, like Takumi did, then all of them have already shown the aptitude for it. It's just transformed. Show us that. But if not all of them did that beforehand, that makes it different. It's no wonder he feels like he's destined to fail in everything he does. Do you understand now? I'm completely defective. I'll never achieve anything. You should just give up on me. We can't do that. You're lined up to fight Kurara next week. There's no getting out of it. It ain't just about you either. If they win, the rest of us will have to do whatever they say, too. Wonder what they'll make us do. Maybe they'll make us their slaves and force us to wait upon their every whim. Or humiliate us by treating us like animals, stripping us of any shred of human dignity. Finally, a punishment that fits my skill set. Truly sorry for putting you all in this unfair position, but there's really nothing I can do about it. You'd be better off forgetting about me and using this time to figure out a way to make peace with them. Shoma, get out of your way now, so I won't have to be sick. You won't have to be sick of the sight of me anymore. Feel free to call me if you like hitting someone to vent your frustrations. Mumbling ever more self-deprecating comments than usual. Even more. Shoma scuttled away from the group and out of the cafeteria. That went about as well as expected. Yeah, he showed as much fighting spirit as a salted slug. What do we do now? I don't even want to think about what those guys will make us do when he loses. A killing game would make all those little problems go away. Isn't it strange, though? Whoever's in charge of all this must have known about Mr. Genzaki's condition.
Yeah.
So why did they put him in this unit? Someone who can't fight has no place in a war zone like this. Wow, Ima being insightful. Let's see how he ruins it. You shouldn't be the one making that point. Well, at least she's aware of that problem. No, you're right. They wouldn't select someone who couldn't fight. Maybe they didn't do any research on us. We could have just been chosen at random. Let's assume they did know about it, though. By that logic, Shoma's inclusion in the unit was deliberate. There has to be some special reason that he's here.
Huh?
A special reason? Perhaps he has hidden potential he doesn't know about. Something that makes him unique, even valuable. Valuable? Him? You're letting your imagination run away with you, Mr. Outsuki. It was probably just an administrative error. There's Ima. That's how he was going to turn it back around. Let's say you're right. Whatever this potential is, it's no good to us now. If Shoma isn't willing to work on whatever skill or talent he might be hiding, it's just gonna stay buried. What if we could get him to think about himself more positively? It might be a first step in helping him overcome his shortcomings. Guess it's just a matter of convincing him to look on the bright side. You're up, Takumi. Wait, what? Yeah, man, you're great at talking people around. The bar might be a little too high this time, though. Mr. Genzaki's lack of drive shows through on every aspect of his features. Even on a good day, he looks like a dead-eyed zombie. Right. Physiognomy might have been discarded a long time ago, but Shoma's the kind of specimen that could give it a resurgence. I think there's a particular branch of it, phrenology, that is focused around the shape of the skull being a thing that indicates personality, behavior, potential, that kind of stuff. Another poorly veiled branch of eugenics, you know. You'll see it referenced in a lot of old stuff, like, oh, they have the protruding brow that says they're like this, you know. Generally a way of, it was generally used as a way of, so like, providing a scientific veneer to prove that somebody was less than you. Like, oh, well, you have this feature that is universal to a particular, that is not universal, frequently seen in a particular race. Well, that means you're bad in this way. And happily, we have, on the whole, gotten away from that. In general, on average. It's just where the other half ends up. Guys, quit being so mean. What do you say, Takumi? All right, I'll do it. It's pretty much our only hope, anyway. I'm sure Shoma has something or someone back home he wants to protect, just like the rest of us. Maybe if I can remind him of that, he'll start to feel a little more motivated. I recall reading a couple of books within a series that had that as a societal thing, like that had been cemented into their judicial system, where what amounted to a traveling magistrate one of the required skills and capabilities was an extensive knowledge of phrenology. And in the story, they kind of emphasize how it ended up being used. And that's, if we find a person that we think is guilty, then you just have to point out particular physical features and say, this is what they mean. It's like very racist tarot, you know? Terry Pratchett was always good at taking shots at that kind of thing, you know? That concept of, if your physical features determine your behaviors and potentials, then changing them would have a positive impact, right? And hey, Laura, hey. We haven't had a new living marshmallow person show up, but there's always the possibility. I feel like they present as much more of like a high tension, like translucent gel than marshmallow, you know? They seem to hold a consistent shape. I guess marshmallow is not inaccurate for that, but it's like exceptionally firm jello, you know? That approach worked for me and Gaku. We'll just have to hope it works again. It's all up to you now, Mr. Sumino. Let us know if there's anything we can do to help. That's right, we're all in this together. Let's show those chumps what real teamwork looks like.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll even do it for minimum wage and no bonus. You want to get paid to help out. We've got 7 days at most. Depending on when the next day happens, I may have even less time than when the next attack happens. When the next day happens. It could be at any time. Which this event tells me that camera 1 has jammed. Maybe I'll get motivated this week and try to swap out camera 1, but there's a logistical difficulty with that. I would need to run an Ethernet cable a reasonable distance. There's a good spot for it, just getting the cable, cut ready and then running it, let alone mounting the camera, since the PoE cameras are more metal than plastic. They're meant to be durable security cameras. I have to do whatever I can to convince Shoma to be positive. But yeah, camera 1 has a habit of needing to be rebooted on the regular. When I switch cameras, when it says CAT scan and process, that is technically the camera being rebooted. Or at least the feed to the camera being restarted. Having decided on our plan for the weeks ahead, the meeting broke up and we all returned to our rooms. This is a good opportunity. I will be right back real quick. And we're back. Yeah, how long it takes Mason to return to the bed. Every time I get up and move like that, he hops down from the bed, runs over to one of his other spots, and awaits pets on the way back. There he is. And then he returns to the bed. Ito said Shoma could have been chosen to be in this unit for a reason. That he may have potential none of us have recognized yet. But in order to find out what it is, I'm going to have to chip away at his deep-seated sense of self-loathing. Okay, I guess I'll start trying to draw information out of him, see where that leads. I should do it soon. I can't take this time for granted. Save in place here. We'll run a bit longer today. There's Gaku. Something Shoma'd want? What about a plushie?
Huh?
A plushie? I overheard him once mumbling something about wanting a plushie to sleep with at night. He wanted a plushie? That seems like a promising lead. You're pretty good at sewing, right? Would you be willing to make a plushie for Shoma? What? Why would I make something for a guy? I mean, it would be to persuade him to fight. Then you make it. I don't work for free. Here, I'll give you what you need to make it. You can thank me later. Gaku tossed some cloth and cotton at me before rushing out. Wonder how long the music had been off. The stream music, I mean. So much for getting his help. Well, it's better than nothing. That is one of those markers. It's like, but you're concerned about having to do the bidding of the other people. Like, that's a thing. Sewing a plushie seems to be a very low bar for you to help, given his capabilities. You don't know when to give up, do you, Mr. Sumino? You're still trying to force Mr. Ginzaki to fight?
Hey!
Of course I am. If Shoma doesn't fight Kurara, who knows what we might be forced to do? Yeah, but I doubt you'll get anywhere. Mr. Ginzaki is as non-confrontational as they come. I heard that even when the invaders destroyed his home in the Tokyo residential complex, he just ran away without fighting back. He didn't even check to see if his family was okay. Just ran away with his dog. You think a coward who wouldn't even fight for his family would fight for us? For the record, I say no way. I feel like we could motivate Ima just by squaring up, looking him in the eyes, and saying, they can make your sister do anything they want if Shoma loses. I feel like that would have galvanized Ima quite drastically. Like, to the extent, we shouldn't have to tell him that. Even his family isn't a good enough reason to fight in Shoma's eyes. Then what would he fight for? I mean, part of his behavior, that whole "I'm super worthless," implies that his family did stuff to him too. I can't wait. Startled me. What do you mean you can't wait? I mean, how is this not just exciting? I wonder what humiliating punishment those other guys are planning for me. You think they're going to make me act like a dog? You seem to really want to be made to act like a dog. That's the joke, the author's barely concealed fetish. Like, you're throwing that out as a very distinct possibility of punishment there pretty often to me. It's not like we're definitely going to lose. Shoma might pull off a huge upset. Please. Of course he's not. He's just going to forfeit. Just give it up and become a dog with me. We can lick their boots together. No, I was about to go look for a nice collar. How about you join me? I figure there has to be an abandoned pet shop around the residential area. Go outside, find dog-related things, make dog plushie.
Oh.
Something Shoma might want. I'd have to guess something dog-related. Dog-related. He had a pet dog back in the TRC. A small Shiba Inu named Leo. Shoma had a dog? Actually, I think I remember him mentioning it, too.
My only friend is my pet dog. He's the only one who ever talks to me.
Leo only took to Shoma, and they were always together. From the morning walks to sleeping in the same bed, the two were practically inseparable. They were two peas in a pod. Shoma must have treated Leo like a brother. I'm sure he's sad about being apart from someone so important to him. So I think he'd be delighted if you gave him something that reminded him of Leo. What could I give him, though? Something with a Shiba Inu on it? Wait, I'm in the library already. Why don't I look for a book on dogs? This seems like a book Shoma'd like. A picture book about Shiba Inus should be right up his alley. Okay, I'm starting to get an idea of what present to get for Shoma. What's a plushie? And a pet dog. Should get him a dog plushie. If I get him a plushie that looks like Leo, he's sure to open up. I searched through the Giftomatic's recipe list for a dog plushie. Eventually, recommended for those who are unable to keep pets. A Shiba Inu plushie. It's perfect. Materials I need are a picture of a dog, cloth, cotton, and a collar. Sure, the dog picture book can be a substitute for the picture. I already got the cloth and cotton from Gaku. That just leaves the collar. It's the only thing I don't have, but I have an idea where to find one. This is one where a lot of the mysteries are not set out to be like, hey, you have to think up what the answer is so far. Because they will flash back to things that happened in the last 2 minutes.
Up and Atom troops! Time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 37th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy! Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy!
All right, out we go.
Move out!
We'll go with a group with some decent range, mobility, and defense options. Tsubasa's pretty tanky. Ooh. Vader in an awesome cape is wandering around. It looks so cool. Steal its cape.
Ooh, a little something for me.
Might as well take it.
3 and 5. Yes, nowhere in particular, so. Find a pleasant-looking old playground. This might be a good place to take a break. Play on swings. You felt yourself returning to childhood as you enthusiastically swung on the swing. It felt somehow nostalgic. 20% more likely to get blood points. Interesting. Metal and machines and minerals are where we are right now. But between plants and textiles, we go plants. Various mushrooms are growing on a fallen tree. Grab the purple one.
Ooh, a little something for me.
We'll go for the plant because we'll end up on that space automatically. An overrun greenhouse. Looks like a miniature jungle. Investigate. Find a moth orchid.
Ooh, a little
Nice.
something for me.
Collar get. Yes, I got the collar. Now I have everything I need. Should hurry back and craft that plushie. Good deal. some of our machine pool restored here. Dog plushie, go!
Aha!
Yes, the Shiba Inu plushie's done. Take the freshly made gift and head over to Shoma's immediately. Did you come here to change my mind? Please give up trying to make me fight, I'm begging you. Loser like me has no chance against Kurara. I'm trash, garbage, a bottom-feeding cockroach. You're wrong to put your faith in someone like me. What? You're giving this to me? I can't accept this. Plushie this cute doesn't deserve to be contaminated by a loser like me.
Huh?
Come on, don't be like that and just take it. Or do you not like it? No, I do like it. This puppy is awfully cute. I fell in love at first sight. That's exactly why I can't accept it. I plan to leave the school tonight. I can't subject this cutie to such a harsh trek. What do you mean, leave the school? You can't even use your hemo anima yet. The invaders will kill you. Yes, it's my way of apologizing. I believe my death will allow Kurara's anger to subside. I mean, if you're willing to die anyway, why not just try fighting her? If you fight like hell, you might even be able to beat her. Shoma silently started packing his things. He's seriously going to leave the school. No, I can't let him go. I need to get this self-destructive Shoma to start believing in himself. I need to persuade him to stay and fight. Mini game. Please give up trying to make me fight. I was born a loser, a cockroach who can't even fight.
Saw what happened to me? I passed out just by lightly tapping someone. It's clear what would happen if I fought Kurara. I will make it up to her with my death, so if we can just forget about the fight.
Yeah, it's one of those weird character emote icons, the super damp mushroom look, you know? Just turn my body into minced meat and scatter me around the campus. Even humid garbage like me can hopefully manage to fertilize the dirt. Oh, Shoma retreated back into his shell. I can't give him a chance to feel negative. To blast him with a constant barrage of positivity.
You saw what happened? I passed out just by lightly tapping someone. It's clear what would happen if I fought Kurara. I will make it up to her with my death, so...
Don't worry. You can do it.
I can't do anything. The only thing I can just about manage to do is make poop. It's almost laughable how human garbage like me can produce poop every day. I'm like a walking fertilizer factory. I'm a worthless human being, a pollutant who contaminates everyone around him just by existing.
We can do our best together.
Sadly, Takumi getting on to the, if we try hard together, we'll do it.
It wouldn't
Yay,
matter.
friendship.
Some things are impossible to overcome. I'm incompetent and worthless with zero potential. No amount of effort will change that, which is why I've given up on trying. You think I can go out there and fight with everyone's fate in my hands? Oh, please don't count on me for anything. I'm begging you.
I'll never stop believing in you.
Menu goes Persuasion bar goes wibble wibble. Please stop, Takumi. Why won't you just let me go? Give up on getting me to fight Kurara. Actually, just give up on me as a human being.
There's nothing more painful to me than having someone believe in me.
Why do you hate it that much? It's not necessarily a bad thing, right? It's because you're not constantly letting people down. Bottom feeders like me only know how to fall short of expectations. I'm scared of disappointing people. If I'm just going to disappoint people who believe in me, then I'd rather die before I get the chance. You see, it's not that Shoma doesn't want to fight, he's scared of disappointing people. Why does he feel that way to this degree? Maybe he has some trauma related to disappointing people. Shoma, I'm here if you want to talk about it. Why are you so scared about letting people down?
My parents were part of the elite, unlike me. A doctor and a lawyer. But unfortunately, I didn't inherit their excellent genetics. I'm stupid, I'm unathletic, I have no friends, I'm ugly. Plus, I pass out when I come into conflict with anyone. All my parents, teachers, and relatives who were hoping for my potential to manifest started to give up on me.
Nope.
Shoma, you have your strengths too.
What are my strengths? I'd love to hear about them if you weren't just lying to try and get me to fight.
Nope.
Your kindness.
Not kind. I'm incompetent and harmless. It only seems like kindness from a distance. This poor excuse for encouragement is only going to backfire. Tell me again. Why are you so scared?
My parents were part of the elite, unlike me. A doctor and a lawyer. But unfortunately, I didn't inherit their excellent genetics. I'm stupid, I'm unathletic, I have no friends, I'm ugly. Plus, I pass out when I come into conflict with anyone.
Yeah, that fight with Kurara would have made him explode.
And relatives who were hoping for my potential to manifest started to give up on me. They would say I was stupid for believing in him, without giving a single thought to how hurtful their words were. That's when I realized that I'm better off running away from their expectations. If nobody expects anything of me, then I can't disappoint them.
There are some expectations you should never run away from.
Expectations I should never run away from? Could you give me an example? It's just hard for me to imagine as someone who's continued to run away from every sort of expectation.
Even if they were good career people, they were pretty bad parents, it would seem. So I get the feeling that all those "I'm a terrible person" things that he's saying, you get the vibe that those were being said to him by important people. How do you know about Leo? Aito told me that you had a dog named Leo. You were close, weren't you? Slept in the same bed every night? Yes, Leo couldn't sleep unless I slept with him. So I went to bed every night, hugging him in my arms. Shoma hugged the plushie I gave him. He might be trying to remember how Leo felt in his arms. Right now, Leo could be suffering from sleepless nights out in the cold, thinking you'd never come back. Oof, guilt trip. Out in the cold? All right. Leo doesn't have a home. Because the invaders destroyed it. He started to tremble as he squeezed the plushie tighter. He's starting to remember. That feeling that someone important to him is in danger. Where could Leo be now? He must be waiting on me. Shoma, I understand how you want to run away from people's expectations. It's scary to disappoint people, but there are some expectations you should never run away from. If you even ignore the expectations of the people who matter to you, then you really are useless. There's a lot more color on his face at the moment. Stop saying that you'll make up for it with your death and step up to the challenge. Do right by Leo, your faithful companion who's awaiting your return. You're right. I can't die here. I'm sure Leo is out there somewhere waiting for me to come back. I have to survive these 100 days, whatever it might take. In order to make that happen, I have to stop being scared and fight. Finally made up your mind to join us? You've got to tell everyone. They'll be so happy to hear it. Took Shoma by the hand and tried to lead him out of the room, but... Shoma? He didn't budge. He just stood there, trembling. How am I supposed to beat Karara? Can't even imagine winning this match, no matter how much I try. All I can picture is her pummeling me into a humiliating defeat. Now that he's finally contemplating fighting for the first time, he has to confront his fear of losing. Ah, we got 3 cats active on the bed right now. Well, quote-unquote active. I mean, Sherbet's having a little bath there. What can I do to beat Karara? If I lose, all of you will be subjected to their awful requests. Can't just ask Shoma to fight with 0 chance of winning. Come this far, I need to calm him down and help him overcome his fear of losing.
How am I supposed to beat Kurata? She was born a winner. The difference between us is like night and bird poop. To be honest, I don't think I can possibly beat her. I know that if I lose, all of you will be subjected to their awful requests. What can I do? Do I have any chance of beating her?
Nope.
Don't worry,
Secret plan? What is it? Please, tell me! I have to beat Kurata! Please tell me already!
You're being so tight-lipped. Do you have a secret plan after all? I'm sorry, I just said whatever I thought you wanted to hear. Let's take a second and think about this.
How am I supposed to beat Kurata? She was born a winner. The difference between us is like night and bird poop. To be honest, I don't think I can possibly beat her. I know that if I lose, all of you will be subjected to their awful requests. What can I do?
it's okay if you lose.
What do you mean it's okay? I mean, of course I'd rather you win, but even if you lost, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Karara is a pretty strong opponent for your first fight, after all. Doesn't make it okay for me to lose. If I lose, you'll all be subjected to an awful punishment. And we accept that. We're all in this together, so we share the risk. And I'm sure she's not going to kill us over this. But then what's even the point of me fighting? The point is for you to rise to the challenge. It'd be a huge step forward for you, right? Once you get this experience under your belt, you'll be able to do it again.
Why are you so nice to me?
I'm not being nice. I just have faith in you. Even if you lose here, or countless times in the future, I have faith that one day you'll come out on top. Having faith is about how long you continue to believe in someone. Even if you lose, I'll never be disappointed in you. I'll continue to believe in you. So I don't want you to worry about the outcome. If you continue fighting through the losses without giving up, you're going to find your own way of fighting eventually. I guarantee it.
Oh, we bobbled that repeatedly. I like the fact that it's more working your way through it than it is you will fail and have to reload the game thing like Danganronpa's rapid fire stuff. But I did prefer the mechanic of like figuring out responses in similar, because right now it's when the responses show up feels a little bit random, and sometimes it's unclear whether their last statement has happened in your timer until, oh, you know, he didn't answer me, everything is awful kicks in. So you still lose some time, but it's a much smaller amount of time. So, you know, more on this side, but maybe a little in the mechanics side would be nice. My own way of fighting. What could a measly worm like me possibly do apart from flop around and get in the way? Honestly, I can't imagine ever finding something that makes me actually feel useful. But even so, maybe I can try. Maybe I can put in the effort to figure it out. It's all I'm asking for. Even trying is an important step forward. All right, I may be trash, but I'll do my best in my own trashy way. Bust out the Crocs, we're doing this. His sense of self-worth is still just as low as ever, but it sounds like he's starting to think more positively.
Troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 38th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable. Be ready to give your lives to protect our...
All right. Training montage time. Done everything I can with Shoma. All that's left is for him to take the next step himself. So all I can do now is prepare for the next defensive battle while I wait for him to get it together. Just get this save in place so we don't forget. Shoma is in room. Let's see. Still feel like having more points with Gaku for the social studies aspect would be good. Forgetting which menu, which buttons open which menu. Likes gore, misery porn, and adult games. Ah, okay. The disinfectant would have been for Aito. Just likes convenience stores at night. Likes dark, damp places. Likes world domination. Likes training montages. Dislikes series that get canceled too soon. Just noticed her holy sword further down the scabbard has a cute little bunny. Alright, let's see if we can make something cheap for Gaku. Okay, we did go down last time. Let's try limited edition noodles.
Hey, you're actually pretty thoughtful, aren't you?
We haven't found, like, the perfect item yet, you know? B-tier feast. Need to find a food magazine. There's many snacks.
Whoa! If you're sure I can have it, I'll take it. This is awesome!
Okay, so this was a big win item. More than triple normal reward. There we go. It's night already. Shoma never came out of his room today. As frustrating as it is, all I can do is wait. I already decided I was going to put my faith in him. Need to tell everyone tomorrow that I'm sure he'll be ready to act soon. Wished for a newly invigorating Shoma as I climbed into bed and fell asleep.
Troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 39th day of active service here. Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable. Be ready to give your lives to protect...
It's morning. Better head over to the cafeteria. I have to tell everyone how my discussion with Shoma went. I got to the cafeteria. I was surprised to hear laughter and cheers coming from inside.
Huh?
You're really gonna do it, Shoma? For real? Like, for real, for real? I don't see how a spineless tapeworm like me can make a difference, but I'm willing to at least try, for your sakes. Yeah, man. So what if you're a tapeworm? With little hard work, we'll have you feeling more like a hookworm. Still areas in the world where hookworms are a terrible, terrible problem. I mean, they're a terrible, terrible problem if they afflict you, but as in, they are much more likely kind of thing. What's the difference? You already told everyone, Shoma? Yes, I'm not confident at all, but I've decided to do whatever I can. Blaze of glory time, let's go! That attitude shows you've already made progress. Now you've just got to keep it up. All this positivity is depressing. Gonna need some blood and gore to keep me on an even keel. Shoma has made progress, it's true. A week ago, he'd never have acted this determined. Congratulations again, Takumi. You managed to reach Shoma when no one else could. There really is something special about you. Nah, I just got lucky. Don't be so modest. When times are tough, you shine like the sun, chasing away the shadows and warming our hearts. Aito's speeches. Whether we're drowning in the depths of despair or tossed around by the winds of chance, it always works out in the end. And that's because we have you here, bringing us together and showing us the way forward. Aito's speeches are just... I love that it's not the main character that gives them, and that everyone around him cringes as much as we do when he's giving his big power of friendship speeches. Aito, are you sure you're all right? Maybe you should lie down. Okay, next order of business. Shoma might be up for it now, but he still can't fight. That's right. Even with this newfound motivation, I'm still the same battle-allergic wimp I always was. You want to try using your infuser? No, stabbing myself is way too scary. Pointy things give me the willies. Besides, even if I did transform, that wouldn't change the fact that I can't fight. Welcome back, Lunar. And hey, Tass, welcome. Oh dear, you really are hopeless. What about when the invaders attacked the complex? You must have gotten involved in a battle back then, right? No, I just kept running away until Sirei took matters into his own hands and stabbed me from behind. Well, that answers that question. All I remember after that is desperately trying to protect myself from any further damage. That's all? Guys, we've only got 4 days, maybe less. Are you sure we can make a fighter out of him by then? We can't give up now. If we all work together, we're bound to come up with something. But how are we going to uncover Mr. Genzaki's talent when he can't even throw a punch without falling to pieces? Shoma, you want to overcome this weakness of yours, right? You're willing to put in the effort? In that case, it's pretty obvious what we need to work on from here. Did you think of something? You just gotta train your body, work out, bulk up, and power your way through your problems. A stereotypically muscle-headed approach. Allergies don't have anything to do with working out, you know. I'll do it. I'll train. You will? I've never tried to improve my strength or endurance or general fitness level before, so I think it might help. Anyway, I've made up my mind to do whatever I can. Now you're talking. And you know what? I'm going to help you do it. 3 or 4 days will be plenty. You won't recognize yourself when I'm done with you. It's unlikely. They generally don't change character sprites much out of a couple of, notable exceptions. But it would be kind of hilarious if, he went from little bitty guy to, like, giant Louis Armstrong looking sucker. Super duper bodybuilder, but with the little hat and backpack still. Really? You sure about this, Takamaro? I know you're in good shape and all, but have you ever trained someone else before? Sure have. I used to volunteer at a senior center. Those old folks totally dominated the neighborhood sports festival, thanks to me. Which... I don't think there's any way you could illustrate what he is saying right there that wouldn't be amazing. You know, wheelchairs zooming around, old grannies flying from mid court to dunk. For someone who looks like a thug, your life sounds so wholesome. But what if training's not enough? Maybe we should plan it out. Shut up. Ain't no point in overcomplicating it. I'm telling you guys, I got this. Come on, Shoma. Today's the first day of your totally extreme, super intense, to hell and back training regimen. Okay. The unlikely duo jogged out of the cafeteria, Shoma already lagging behind. Physical activity. Hard-earned sweat. Bonds forged through mutual hardship. Doesn't the thought of it make you want to put rocks in your pockets and walk out to sea? We've come this far. It's up to Takamaru now. And Shoma himself. I'm sure those two will work something out. We just have to have faith in them. So began Shoma's first day of training under Takamaru.
Put some spirit into it. No guts, no glory.
No guts, no glory.
I can't hear you.
No guts, no glory.
Come on, man. You can do better than that. Chug it.
As a lot of eggs and a lot of little shakers that are like, those are either, full blender cup or just a shaker that is either, raw egg mixture or protein shakes. Either way, the rate they're going, the kid's going to go into some sort of shock.
Don't let anything hold you back, understand? No guts, no glory.
Right. No guts, no...
Louder! Shout from your diaphragm!
No guts, no glory!
For the rest of us, the next few days seem to pass in the blink of an eye. Day 41 and 42. Wow, the last few days sure passed in the blink of an eye, huh? It's like absolutely nothing interesting happened. Just glad there weren't any enemy attacks. That would have messed everything up. But the duel's tomorrow, You think Shoma's gonna be ready? He'd better be, after all that training Takamaru's put him through. He should be able to use his hemo anima by now, right? The two of them have been holed up in the leisure lounge almost the whole time, so we haven't been able to check on their progress. I went there and asked how they were doing earlier, but they wouldn't even open the door. They said they didn't want any distractions. When I passed the lounge, I heard a lot of groaning coming from inside. And inexplicably, a lot of energetic 80s music. I tried to look inside, but the camera kept cutting around and jumping in time. I heard them chanting some kind of battle cry together. It reminded me of drunken businessmen singing karaoke in the bar I used to go to back home. What were you doing in a place like that, at your age? Oh, come on, who are we kidding? Shoma's never gonna win this. It's gonna get annihilated, and we're gonna be stuck with whatever messed up punishment the other team comes up with. Our luck couldn't be rottener. Well, I actually eavesdropped on the others discussing what they were going to do with us. Let's just say we should start getting used to the smell of dirty bathrooms. I hope you guys have strong stomachs. Don't say any more, I don't want to know. I mean, janitorial work is kind of the low end of the risk table here. And in general, there isn't, it seems implicit that there's some sort of automated cleaning system in here, but they haven't mentioned it, so you would expect they already have some sort of rotor set up. Either way, we'll know by this time tomorrow. Tomorrow. To be honest, I still felt uneasy, but I'll try to have faith. I'll believe in my friends. The sun sank beneath the horizon, signaling the end of our 42nd day. Tomorrow is day 43, the end of Karara's 8-day grace period, the day of the duel that will decide our future here at the Academy. We gotta see the end of this by the end of the day.
Burn troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 43rd day of active service here at Last Defense Academy.
So, it's the basic, like, sweat drops that they're using here. But since they've got an all-white translucent body, it doesn't look like he's sweating so much as melting.
Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable. Be ready to give your lives to protect our...
It's finally here, the day of Shoma and Karara's mock battle. Yes, I should count myself lucky. The invaders left us alone all this time. Now it's up to Shoma to show us what he can do. Someone's at the door. I'm reminded of children's shows like Mr. Rogers, where it would be to introduce one of the recurring periodic characters when the door rang, and the characters reacted like that. Oh, the doorbell. Who could that be? Oh, it's Mailman Tom. Kind of thing, you know? Unlocked the door, but before I could get it open, it swung in from the other side and someone came rushing in. What you still doing in your room, Takumi? Everyone's waiting. Huh? Takamaru? Today's the big day. I already told those second campus chumps to meet us in the gym. So, how's Shoma doing? Is he going to be okay to fight? Oh, he is. You're not going to believe how far he's come. Come on, super jacked Shoma, let's go. Anyway, head over to the gym and see for yourself. Takamaru tore away just as suddenly as he'd arrived, leaving me standing dumbfounded in the doorway. But he broke my door. He seems pretty confident. I hope Shoma feels the same. Fighting is one thing, but can he really win? It's no good worrying about it now. I should just go to the gym and see how things play out. Button. Let's get a save point down. Well, all the peasants are here ready to face judgment. This is the day we put you in your place. Are you prepared to pay the price for your insolence? Absolutely not. Why are you only ever confident when you're saying no? Can't wait for you to hear the punishment we came up with. We had so many ideas, we had to break it down into several phases. Whatever they are, just keep them to yourself. I am so not in the mood for it today. So where's the other duelist? What, did he get running cramps trying to avoid a threatening-looking fly? Hit his head on a doorknob, then crap his pants for good measure? Laugh while you can, tomato head. My boy Shoma will be here soon enough. He's just doing some last-minute reps. Reps? Now? As if on cue, the door to the gym creaked open in a way I could only describe as ominous.
I'm here.
The voice was just like the Shoma we all knew, but when we turned to look at him... Jack Shoma, yes!
Keep you awake.
Oh, it was everything I wanted. Oh. This is excellent. Just perfect. Even has the fighting anime, aura of flames around him.
What the? Who are you?
I know. I deserve to be executed on the spot for holding things up. Talk about getting a swelled head.
Swelled head? More like a swole everything else.
Just what the heck is going on here?
Yeah, take a good look. My training course doesn't just take you to hell and back. It gets results.
This makes his statements about having trained a senior home to dominate in a sports festival in the neighborhood, both concerning and that much more impressive. Grandma can't just dunk, she takes out the entire hoop at once, pole and all.
Results like these shouldn't be possible after just a few days.
What'd I tell you? He's like a whole different person now.
You're certainly right about that.
Oh, not another healthy young man with big muscles. Take him away! Just looking at him is making me break out in a rash.
Are you freaking serious? What have you been doing for the last 8 days? Even the sort of vibration lines off the top of them there. Oh. Finding my resolve and doing my best. His shirt's gonna explode. I accepted my weakness and put in the effort to start changing it in my own human trash kind of way. Now, so if this persists, this changes the way the character is presented. Instead of being like this little curled into a ball super depressing lump who is only there to be super depressing, you can take that same character and with this sort of appearance and obvious like physical power, and if they still act like, oh, I just couldn't possibly do that, that's, that would be too heavy. Now you have the person that needs to overcome the fact that he's been so cemented in his ways and his impression of himself to realize, no, you can lift a car. And now, here I am. Just like that. I'm actually surprised he managed to stick with the training all the way to the end. Guy's got guts. He'd never done any kind of training before, so I guess his muscles decided to make up for lost time. His level of growth goes beyond human capacity. He must be some manner of fearsome yokai. A Nobiagari, perhaps, or a Mikoshi Nyoto. I wonder if those are actual yokai or there's something else that she's mentioning. Yokai are a very diverse bunch, so, could be anything. This is so cool. We're gonna win this. Hey, Shoma, grab your infuser and do your thing. Show her what us peasants are capable of. My infuser? I still haven't used it yet. Huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me your allergy is... Yeah, it's still the same as ever. Don't get me wrong. I worked harder these last couple days than I have in my whole life, and I'm definitely stronger now. But my aversion to violence is part of my basic physiology. I still can't throw a punch without it affecting me. And what was the point of all that training? Looks like we're screwed after all. So training harder than you've ever done before just gave you a bunch of useless muscles? Even when you try to change, you mess it up. My class weapon will blow you apart like a microwave exploding a hamster. Karara, this has gone on far enough. If you don't back down, I'm gonna get angry. What? Emo anima isn't just a tool for inflicting pain on others. That is a very specific reference, you know? Let alone that hers is a shovel. It's not really an explode something sort of weapon. It's a symbol for everything we stand for in this war. I won't forgive anyone who misuses it, not even you. What? You won't forgive me? What makes you think I'd need your forgiveness in the first place? An Ozuki apologizes for nothing. Forget about your family for a minute and listen to me. I'm asking you, Kurara. Not as an Ozuki heir, just as yourself. Please, Kurara, we're friends. I can't stand by and let you make a terrible mistake. Nozomi, this duel is meant to be a mock battle, right? Even if I can't talk you out of it, you can at least reconsider your terms. Fighting when only one of you can use Hemo Anima won't prove anything. It'll just be a one-sided slaughter. Abusing your power that way makes you no better than the invaders. You were given this power so that we could create a better future for humanity. It's not just meant to be used in personal squabbles. Perhaps you're right. She has properly appealed to her, her noble ego. You're using a tool that they can't, that is an auto win. That doesn't mean that you've proven that you're better. Because we don't know if they had that tool, if they would have beaten you. But that means he loses by default. He's the one who showed up in a state unfit for battle. No way. I won't accept that. Now hold on a minute. The issue's whether it's a fair fight or not, right? There's a simple solution to that. Why don't they both fight without Hemo Anima? Just go at it mano a mano, the old-fashioned way. This was meant to be a Hemo Anima duel. Why should Kurara be the one to handicap herself? What, you scared? Afraid you're gonna get whooped? Scared? Me? How dare you? An Ozuki never retreats, never surrenders. It's been drilled into me since the day I was born. Very suggestion is an insult to our legacy of sacrifice and success. I'm not like the rest of you peasants, turning tail at the first sign of danger. Not like you. I'm not. I won't back down. There she goes again. What exactly is she so offended about? Is that a yes? So be it. I'll fight you on your own level. The result will be the same anyway. Oh, it's on. You good with that, Shoma? Yes, all right. You sure about this? Shoma's still got 0 fighting sense. And that's saying something coming from me. And if he can't hit back, he won't stand a chance of winning. Tried to tell you physical training was a waste of time. Come on, guys, you don't think we just trained his body, do ya? My training course is way more extensive than that. What else did you do, then? So many steroids. Just all of them. At once. You'll see for yourself soon enough. Just sit back and enjoy the fireworks. We did as Takamaru said, and watched as Shoma and Kurara slowly made their way to the middle of the room. A beefcake bod won't help you defend against my fists of fury. One good hit to your vital organs and you'll crumple just like any other opponent. Prepare to experience true hell. I won't run anymore. All this training, everything I've learned, I won't let it...
Quit mumbling and fight!
Okay. They have a template for Kurara punches someone.
It's over already!
It was probably moving too fast for you to follow, but that was actually a 10-hit combo. Boxing is all about speed, timing, and precision. I targeted a different vital spot with every blow. First the temple, then the jaw then lymph nodes, heart, spleen, solar plexus, family jewels. It's the very definition of a low blow, Lady Karara. And do they really count as a vital spot? Just let it go, Kyoshika. You won't be getting up anytime soon, and I didn't even break a sweat. No freaking way, just like that? No, look! Ito pointed to where Shoma, who lay sprawled on the floor, started slowly, gradually getting back onto his feet. I won't lose. So you do have a backbone after all. Getting up from an attack like that is no easy feat. But...
Let's see how you deal with this!
He's just become a pure tank. Nothing but. No offense. Only meat. That should do the trick. He'll be out cold for 2 days. Maybe even 3. I can still fight. Not dead yet. Gosh, you guys, look at that. Karara's still on her feet. I've been on my feet the whole time. It's amazing, Shoma. Did all those muscles protect him or something? No, Karara's strikes all connected, each one of them targeting one of Shoma's vitals. Muscles or no, a person can't get hit in all those places without taking damage. So how does he keep getting back up? You know our motto, no guts, no glory. Huh? My training ain't just about bulking up. If anything, that's just a fun little bonus. Mostly it's about drawing out your fighting spirit. It don't matter how strong you are if you don't got the guts to back it up. Guts? Fighting spirit? You taught that to Shoma?
Learn your place, you stubborn little pill bug!
There, it's over now. It's over. Not yet. I haven't lost yet. I won't give up.
Go down, you flatulating butthead!
Well, that's her oddest one yet. How's that? Your brain should be mush after a blow like that. I won't lose. I won't lose. Inconceivable. How is he still conscious? After taking that many of Karara's punches, we should be measuring him for a coffin by now. I may be weak and useless, basically a piece of trash in human form, but even so, I won't give up. That is the arc right there. I don't think I'm capable. I think I'm terrible, but I'm still going to try. Even a loser like me has people who are counting on me. I don't know why, but that's how it is. Even if I can't be the person they think I am, there's one thing I can do, and that's refuse to accept defeat. That's why you can't beat me. Knock me down all you want, I'll just keep getting up again.
This isn't funny anymore. I'll send you to the next dimension!
References. Series of high-speed punches sent Shoma flying, but just like the last time, he got to his feet again. No guts, no glory. He's powering up as it goes. Seriously, what gives? It takes more than guts to tank that many shots. Shoma's tougher than he looks. I think maybe that's part of his potential or whatever. Huh? His strength, speed, and flexibility are all about as below average as you can get. But the dude's resilient. He probably never noticed because how he avoids fighting, but he can take a hell of a lot of punishment. So what we're seeing now... Yeah, this is how Shoma fights. He's all about defense, endurance, taking the hit and getting back up.
No more things! Die! Die! Die!
So if you watch, his sprite there has been changing a little bit. Now he's got all the, like, scuff marks on him. The battered scuff marks. His clothes are a bit more tattered. And you can still see that his face is all messed up. But the energy field around him is growing. So now we have the more jagged yellow energy with, like, sparks and whatnot forming around it. I can still fight. It's only a flesh wound. He's down to short shorts and a top. Wow. Shoma's determination is incredible. This can't be happening. Oh, she's going to eggplant. What's the matter? She's been fighting too fiercely for too long. She can't breathe. Not surprising with that big honkin' mask on. Air. I need air. You alright? Maybe you should take off your mask. Quiet, you. Worry about your own hide. But... Get away from me, peasant. Don't you dare defile my personal space. But you're suffering. Here, let me... Shoma took another step toward Kurara, his muscular arms outstretched. No, don't, please. But her panicked cries fell on deaf ears. She was powerless to resist as he yanked the mask off in one swift movement. Sparkle, sparkle.
A wild, pretty girl appeared?
That's Kurara?
You gotta be kidding me. She was a total babe this whole time?
You should be okay now. Take some deep breaths.
I'm sorry.
This is unexpected. Please forgive me. Why is she crying all of a sudden? Is she faking it for sympathy? Is this some kind of strategy? Of course I'm not faking it. I'll apologize. I'll make it right. I promise. Is this some sort of tomato mask driven Jekyll Hyde sort of thing? What's going on here? Her personality's done a complete 180. This is the real Kurara. It is. Deep down, Kurara's very shy and timid. She's the type to shut herself in a room and hide from the world. But given her family's position, she's expected to project a certain confidence. If she tried to run from her responsibilities, it would make the Ozukis look weak. So instead, she hides her insecurities behind that mask and plays the part that's expected of her. We've got arcs! Arcs! So then, the reason Kurara was so hard on Shoma before... So-called defense unit is full of wishy-washy work-shy nitwits, and he's the worst of them all. This very existence is an insult to everything we stand for. I've had enough of it. It's because he reminded her of herself. of how she wants to run from everything. It's still no excuse for everything she's done. She's treated us like dirt ever since she got here. I'm sorry for all of that. I must have been an absolute nightmare to be around. Once the mask goes on, I get so into my other persona that I can't hold myself back. I beg of you, forgive me. I promise I won't do it again. Don't worry, you precious little princess. We'll forgive you. Once we've had our revenge, that is. Please, no, I'll do anything. Anything? Will you admit defeat in this duel, then? The duel?
Yes, of course. I concede. I'm too exhausted to carry on anyway.
Lady Carrara? That's a look.
Ah.
A mortifying way to end it. Sorry, I might have misheard that. Did I? Yeah, man, you won. I knew you could do it.
I what? Me?
You're fine with that too, Carrara. Yes, it's my loss, so please don't pick on me. Lady Carrara. I won? A milquetoast little sweat stain like me actually won something? Way to go, Shoma. You were so cool.
Huh?
Hey, how about the other thing? You guys have to do whatever we want now, right? All right. We did promise, didn't we? Confound it all. Just don't make it anything too painful. I have a pathetically low pain threshold. There, princess. We won't hurt you. We've got something much worse in mind. Whatever it is, pick something else. Do you want money? I'll give you as much as you want.
Huh?
As much as we want? Okay, then give me 50,000 yen. That ought to be enough for me to get my family some new clothes and a nice meal. That's a really nice thing right there. Is perspective. Is about $500 is like, that's so much money. Think of what I could do with that. It's the best you could think of? Wow, you can tell you don't hang around rich folks too often. His lack of imagination is sad, really. Hold on a second. This is Shoma's victory. He should be the one to pick. What do you say, man? How do you want to get these guys back for how they've treated us? Pause. Shoma? Hello? You still having trouble accepting the fact that you won? Thunk. Dropped. No way. Why do you have to pass out right when it was getting good? Are you okay, Shoma? All those punches must have finally taken their toll. Little guy's tough, but he ain't invincible. He's gonna need a lot of bed rest after this. Everyone help me get him back to his room. You're gonna need a team lift.
Hey!
Right. What about our punishment for the losers? Forget that. It can wait until Shoma's actually, conscious. I'm sorry. We all pitched in to carry Shoma's bulked up frame back to his room and put him to bed. Once we were sure he was going to be okay, we left him there and turned in for the night. I still love that we went with Jack Shoma. That was amazing.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack. Well then, good night.
Today was quite a day. Shoma actually won. Still in shock. It's just a shame he had to get so beat up to do it. But everything should be fine now, right? I guess I'll find out tomorrow. For now, I need to rest. All this excitement has really taken it out of me. Went to bed feeling as tired as if I'd been the one who took a beating and was asleep within a few seconds. Day 44.
Band out of troops! Time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 44th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. Prepare to spend another day. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile...
Right about on time. Blaring siren cut across the morning announcement. I jumped out of bed. That sound could only mean one thing.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Unauthorized personnel detected on school grounds. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
An enemy attack this early in the day, too? I thought things would finally start to settle down now that we were done with all that Shoma versus Kurara madness. There's no time to be to stand here grumbling. I need to get over to the war room. But that is where we're going to wrap up for the day. Had to get to the end of that, and it was worth it. That was hilarious start to finish, that whole sequence. Him entering like that, the revelation that he still couldn't fight, he still couldn't throw a punch. The fact that he could take an indefinite beating and the way they presented it, how he was DBZ powering up for getting pummeled. Alongside the shredding clothing to where he was down to like the shortest shorts and almost no shirt left. And it turning out that Krara is essentially the mask is her hostile noble personality. It is a persona that she literally wears like a mask. That's cool. We'll see if we get another dramatic Shoma enters the battle kind of thing in this fight, much like we did with the second to last folks arriving at the last moment, you know? But good times, good times. I hope everybody had a good time watching with us today. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, all that sort of stuff. If you want to consider financially supporting the channel, you can do so through platform subscriptions, as well as Patreon and Coffee or Throne. But with that said, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I will see you next time.